with your guy Nix, and of course, to the side of me, that boy Spoonie.
What's good?
Spoonie, y'all missed. Yeah, I'll tell you right now. if yeah, I mean, we got the BLB playing in the background because I mean, for this season, we are still in this bid. We are still in it. We are still alive.
Right.
Talked a lot about that last time. Me, you, and Mary. You had Spoonie's Minute. Like I said, if you did not tune in for Spoonie's Minute last night, you missed a treat. You definitely missed a treat. But with that being said, I know you just got back from the gym, Spoon. You up for it? You ready? Is your energy good? What's good?
Listen, I'm energized, and it was a good time at the gym when a couple of Cowboys fans they come in there. They saw me with my hat on. They're like, "Oh, another fan over here." We was talking, back and forth in the locker room and stuff like that about the game on Sunday, off-season questions. So it felt nice. It felt very nice. Just to even talk about it and stuff like that.
Right, no doubt. Appreciate everybody tuning in. What's going on, Victoria? What's going on, Michael? Oh, back to back with the Michaels in the building. What's going on? Gang in the building. Matthew guys in the building. What's going on, my brother? Man, give it a like, give it a share, get them YouTube likes up for sure. Again, YouTube Stargate Podcast. If you haven't subbed over there yet and whatnot, by all means, as my guy Jay Tuck says right about this time, somewhere down there, hit that sub. Go ahead and hit that notification bell as well. Oh, there he goes. London guys in the building. UK Mendoza's in the building. My boy Justin Manshek still alive. Damn right, we're still alive. We are still alive, and that's what it is. Donald Weaver's in the building. What's going on, Donald? The Beard Gang in the building too. I see you, brother. I see you.
Yes, sir.
So with that being said, we talked about beating them Eagles at the end of their season last week. We talked about what it's going to take for us to get to this place because we are indeed still alive. We're going to pivot to talk a little bit tonight, though. We're going to pivot to talk a little bit and talk just a smidge, a little over the ridge things that are coming up because I think a couple of these topics are kind of tied directly into each other. That's right. One, right? And then, of course, everybody's talking about these big three at wide receiver and what we should do. Even your guy Nick's right had a plan at one point earlier in the season to maybe move on from one, and we're going to kind of get into that as well. But let's kick it up and start right here. Let's start right here, Spoonie. Sean Lee's future.
Right.
All right. Do we think Sean Lee's playing future, not just here, we're going to talk about league-wide, right? Do we think Sean Lee's playing future is going to be officially overcome the end of this season? Or do you think he might want to try to go play somewhere else if it's not in Dallas?
It's really it's kind of hard to say because his passion. He's very passionate. But I'm going to lean towards that. He retired a Cowboy after the season and hopefully join the coaching staff.
Well, I mean, and of course, you're alluding to there that Mike McCarthy's on record saying, hey, if you're dumb enough to get into coaching, let me know. Right. And again, I hear a lot of people, they throw it around on Twitter and whatnot. Oh, man, get Nolan out of here and go ahead and make and just make Sean Lee the defensive coordinator. Let's pump the brakes there. My man hasn't done anything coaching-wise yet in his career.
Right.
I know he's a leader in that room, and we've heard over the years how great he is breaking down film and helping the other guys and everything. But to make that jump from playing all the way to defensive coordinator, I don't think it's the ideal thing in my eyes or in my book. I'm with you. I think it's really going to decide whether he wants to play or not. I don't think he's going to play here in Dallas next year, but does he want to play somewhere? I think is the big thing that'll boil down to, depending on how his body feels and whatnot. Now, if he is not going to be playing on the field, I would absolutely love to add him to the coaching staff. But I think you got to think smaller tier level, right? I think you got to think about something with the linebacking core, right? I think it's got to be something along those lines where he's going to help out. I don't think it's going to be right away to the defensive coordinator. As far as that goes, Mooney, what do you think? Do you think are you excited to maybe see Sean Lee become a defensive coordinator out the gate, or do you want to see him start small, or what do you want him to do?
Oh, no, listen, I'll be excited just to see my just with a coaching polo shirt, instructing the players to run some drills. End of the day, he was a big part of the. Again, I always say this: yes, we have coaches, but when you have a player on the field, even though. Yeah, he's not the same injury prone, but he speaks volumes. When we saw on the sidelines last week, we saw General Sean Lee. This is why we call him the General. And I'm thankful that the NFL Network or whoever had the video, Fox Sports, they put the video right on Sean Lee, and he's getting in that ass. I'm on the whole defense. And you even see Zeke Elliott, some of the offensive players come in and listen, and that's what you want. He is their coach on the field. It's easy to go ahead and say, X, Y with the coaches, but you always want that veteran guy in that locker room. And this is what Sean Lee brings to the table.
Absolutely. For me, man, I just don't know. I'm torn on the aspect of how much he wants to play still.
Right.
And that's the one caveat to me. I think if he is going to become a coach, I think he will be here in Dallas. I don't think they'll let him get out of the building on that front. I like what Michael Richardson had to say. LB assistant, absolutely. Find a way to get him onto this coaching staff and let him start cutting his teeth coaching and see what that leads.
Right.
As much as we are very big on homegrowing talent and homegrowing, coaching and whatnot. I think, getting somewhere on this staff would be great. But, at the end of the day, I think it's just really going to boil down to, and nobody knows that answer, right?
Right.
It's going to boil down to, does Sean Lee still want to suit up and play? And that's something we'll have to wait for and see. And that's something, again, nobody can answer that but Sean Lee himself. But I think if he does want to go ahead and transition into coaching, I think the best place for him to be, and I think where he wants to be, is going to be here in-house, right? What better way to cut your teeth coaching with guys that you already know who, back to your point, right, with the video, after going down 14-3, he gets out there, you see him rallying the guys. They only give up 3 points the rest of the way. The best way to coaching is knowing knowing what you have in these players, and you've been in the wars with them. So, it's an easy transition for him into coaching because he's played on the field with these guys and know these guys' tendencies.
Right.
So whether that be linebackers coach outright, whether we're talking about assistant linebacker coach, or we get now, and also Spoon, we get creative with coaching spots. We'll make up some kind of coaching position all of a sudden and just assign Sean Lee there and let him learn on the job, whether it's a major role or not. We already know how we do here. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah, basically the same way. We had George Edwards. We gave him a defensive coordinator assistant. A name that you really don't, you rarely even see, and exactly what you were saying.
I think Sean Lee definitely has to look in the mirror. He missed a ton of games again this year.
Right.
In the body, Sean Lee's definitely one of those guys. I can't think of I'm gonna go old school here for some people. John Offerdahl used to play for the Miami Dolphins back in the late 90s. All the talent in the world, the body just betrayed them. We might be talking about Sean Lee in a different light if he didn't have the injuries and he had the health and the wherewithal. But that mind is sharp, and definitely want to get him inside this. There you go. There's a great creative position. Linebacking consultant.
Yep.
Sign it up, cut the check, get him in there, linebacking consultant, and let him get started in our growth process of grooming him to do something as a coach, for sure. And you can't have too many chefs in there, but whenever it comes to a Sean Lee, I think that bodes well, not just for what he's going to transition into coaching. I think it's going to bode well for us down the line when it's time for him to go up the ranks, because I do think Sean Lee has a pretty bright future as it pertains to coaching in this league on the defensive side of the ball. I think you said it best. He was built to coach, Spoonie. I think you said last night.
Yeah.
I definitely think he is built for that and have to do that. And when it comes down to it, when it comes to him, hey man, you done your thing. One last ride. It is what it is. Yeah. Come on over here. Come on, put that polo on, Spoon.
Yeah, put that coach polo shirt on and start directing these young guys what to do. Listen, end of the day, when Sean Lee was getting hurt a lot, what they said, we need Jalen Smith, we need a linebacker, right? He's responsible for the way, despite how Jalen's been playing the last, pretty much this year, he's still been solid. And I think even next year, once they get their scheme right, he'll be even better. But Sean Lee was a big part of him getting to where he's at, especially with what Jalen Smith was dealing with the nerve issue and stuff like that from Notre Dame. So Sean Lee was a big part of that. LVE, Sean Lee was a big part of that as well. So
yeah.
End of the day, you want a guy like that's valuable, that brings something to the table to help these players out. You want that guy in your locker room. You want him part of the coaching staff, So, hey, He's one to keep. He's definitely one to keep.
No ifs or buts about that. Shout out to everybody that's tuned in right now on YouTube and Facebook. All my people on Facebook, when you get a chance, shoot over there to Star Game Podcast on YouTube. Hit that sub button and that notification bell for your boy. Appreciate you as always. Now, that does lead us to a precarious position when it comes to LVE as we're talking about Sean Lee walking out that door. Get to the end of the year. What do you want to do here? Are you looking to pick up Sean Lee's 5th year option? Okay. Are you looking to say, nah, we're not going to pick that up. Let's let it play out and see if he can stay healthy, and come back to form. Or there is option number 3, right? Option number 3, go ahead and extend him. What are you feeling, Spoon? What are you feeling there?
LVE, right?
Yeah, LVE.
I mean, here's the thing. I think you could get LVE at a nice, friendly deal. Nice contract, friendly deal. I wouldn't mind.
But is it worthwhile though?
I think it is. Listen, when he's in the game, he makes an impact. We just keep it real. He makes a big impact. Yes, he has the issue with the neck, injuries here and there. But when he's in the game, he makes a big difference. There's a lot of times when you see a key first down to be made from the opposing team. Who's there? LVE. He makes a key stop. There's a lot of film out there. Listen, we could go back to last year against Philadelphia. Well, year before against Philadelphia, his rookie season, big game. He came in lights out, had a pick 6. These are the things that LVE does. The question was before the season started, how will he perform with his next situation? By his mentality, is he going to be thinking about it too much? He performed like he never had the surgery. Now, so he's basically he got injured with the leg, whatever. That's one thing, but the key thing was his neck, which is a career type of injury. Depending how bad you hurt.
Yeah, and to be fair, right? They kind of slow played this last year when it came to the neck, right? They're like, oh, it's a stinger, and we did shows where we're saying, okay, man, we're talking about a stinger, but it's been like 3 weeks. So I mean, let's keep it a buck. It's got to be more than a stinger. So one of the biggest things coming out of college, right, was the neck and some issues there. Hits the neck roll out the gate, and then all of a sudden it was a stinger. But then we started hearing whispers of, oh, this could be career ending. We don't really know. All the way back till he played, right, breaks the collarbone, has the surgery, comes back, plays again, obviously nicked up again now. And, obviously what we do as fans, what we do as analyzers at the end of the day, here's what we do. We just had Sean Lee, right, kind of, they're both linebackers, all right, they flash, but dadgummit, all of a sudden they're hurt, okay, things are going on, and then you automatically think, okay, well, this guy's Sean Lee 2.0. He's just, he's going to be good, but he's going to be hurt all the time, and even though, obviously not his best year as well. But, and again, this is why this is kind of tied to Sean Lee, and we think that Sean Lee is going to be up out of here, whether he decides to play next year or not. I don't think it's going to be in Dallas. What do you do with Sean Lee, or what do you do with LVE at that point with Leighton? It's a curious game. Now, if you can extend him, you're taking a risk reward here. Right. If you can extend him, quite possibly, you're going to get him at a better deal if he returns to form. However, you could be saddlebagged if he doesn't come back to form. Picking up the 5th year option to me is the safest bet. Mm-hmm. It might cost you a little bit longer down the road, depending if he plays that out very well. Not picking up the 5th year option is scary because all of a sudden he plays great that year and then you're stuck. What do you do? Right. So yeah, I don't. If I'm the Cowboys and I'm looking at this draft and we're talking about, right now, we're talking about the Parsons of the world from Penn State, aka linebacker U. We're talking about Bolton from Missouri, and we can talk about the variances of linebackers coming from there and panning out. I think the safe bet is if you can extend him early, would be the way to go. Right. I think, I don't think you want to push. I don't think you want to kick the can down the road and do that. I mean, if you can extend him now, maybe to a 2-3 years on top of his remaining contract and kind of see there, because if it doesn't pan out, you can structure that thing the right way to say, okay, this isn't working. We can pivot. We can get up out of this deal without really putting yourself behind the 8 ball, forcing you to say, okay, guys, we have to get a linebacker ASAP in here this year, if not for sure next year. So I think for me, I would like to see them extend him, but knowing the Cowboys, they might like to kick that old can down the road and wait to the very last second to sign in with the 5th year option, at the end of the day. But, I mean, for me personally, I would try to get an extension done with LVE because you buy. It's kind of like stocks, right, ladies and gentlemen? Hey, this stock has performed for you before. You've seen it play well. Right. Yeah, it takes some bumps and bruises, and right now you can buy it in. You can buy in again. It's not going to cost you as much as it was when it was high. So let's play the stock game a little bit. Let's go ahead and buy in now, and hopefully that's going to pan out for us, on the back end with some built-in things that maybe, hey, a year or two into this thing, we need to pivot up out of it. We can.
Here's the thing. When you look at this NFL draft, there's only, like I said, there's like two guys that stand out. If for some reason you want to get out of Sean Lee, that's Michael Parsons from Penn State, which I believe he'll be gone. Especially if we win the division, we were around the 19 to 20 range. And my boy Nick Bolton out of Missouri, linebacker. But when you look at LVE, he's 6'5", right? 6'5", about 240-ish, 230-ish, 240-ish, around there. Sideline guy. People reminded him of Brian Urlacher, former player. He used to play for the Chicago Bears. You're not going to find that a lot. To be on the safe side, what I would do is I would definitely draft the linebacker.
Pick up the 5th year and let him play. Draft the linebacker and pick. So you're saying draft the linebacker, pick up the 5th year, let him play out and see.
And let's see,
but you can extend him maybe low now, then instead of picking up the 5th though.
No. Here's the thing. Now I would go for that first. If you can get him on a very, very sprint-friendly deal, like the way you did Jalen Smith, I'm all for it. Extending him now, because at the end of the day, a contract like Jalen Smith ain't gonna hurt the Cowboys. A contract something like that. If you could get LV like that can help you save some more money and go after somebody else whose contract is coming up. 13, hint. So
okay. We're gonna get into 13 here in a second.
If you want to go that route, so I think extending him first for a friendly deal before the option would definitely be something. And if I'm LVE's agent, I'm pushing him to do that. Why? Because at the end of the day, when you're missing games, it's the money demands is getting lower and lower and lower. So you might as well get it while you can.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, extend him out, on top of that 5th year deal and kind of go from there. I think you just buy low and don't pick up that 5th year and let this thing play out and turn around and bite it. I mean, obviously we know we got to get a linebacker in the building, but again, if you get him extended, you kind of look at Jalen, you look at LVE and say, okay, I'm not pressed as much as I have to, to go out there and do those things. Now, that does bring us to, you talk about saving some money, Spoon. Talk about saving some money. All right. Well, let's hear it. You trade one of the wide receivers. Now CeeDee Lamb's off that list. So you're going to trade, let's say, Michael Gallup, or you want to trade Amari Cooper? Gallup's going to be the hot button because his contract's the one coming up next. Are you trying to keep the big three?
BJ, when you hear a name like the big three, it kind of not to get away from what we're talking about. When we hear the big three, we see the LeBron James, Bosh, and Wade. The big three, the triplets with Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman. For years. Even another one. We always heard of the next Michael Jordan. Is it Vince Carter? Is it rest in peace, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James? I remember it was Penny Hardaway. So you always hear the next thing. So with the triplets, for years, BJ, we always put quarterback, wide receiver, and running back, right? But wait a minute. It doesn't have to be quarterback, running back, and wide receiver. What if the big three? I mean, the new triplets are the 3 receivers we have. Because at the end of the day, they all came in one at a time. We had Amari Cooper first. We drafted Gallup, and then the prize winner of last year's NFL draft was upgraded CeeDee Lamb. And look what they're doing.
Right.
Look what these guys are doing. You can have 3,000 yards. If let's just say Andy Dalton throws for a buck and change for CeeDee Lamb, and I believe 208 yards for Gallup. Just imagine those two alone. You're going to have for the first time 3,000 yard receivers. That's never been done. And I'm sorry, I am paying Gallup. I'm finding a way to pay Michael Gallup. CeeDee Lamb is we got him for 4 more years. Don't got to extend, and by the time he even gets extended,
well, I mean,
on the road.
I mean, yeah, I'm saying come about year 3 or so, CeeDee Lamb might be knocking on that door.
Maybe. And by that time, hopefully the cap is where is that where they can afford him and another player they let go, give him that money. But these 3 right here, it's some bad MFs. MFs. And I'm sorry. Listen, I'm finding a way to keep Michael Gallup.
Hey, Cowboys fan only, J Tug, man, check your inbox real quick. Yeah, man. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just, I hear people, and look, early on the Knicks 5, right? Whenever things were bad and everything, I say, hey, man, there's a way to do this. There's a way that we can do the 5-point plan. And look, off top, I say, hey, man, move on from Amari. That's going to get you the most things to help this thing get in the right way and get the culture right and everything else. But hey, this thing evolves across the way and things happen. And for me, I'm like, and once we have won a couple, I said, well, the 5-point plan is out of here to a certain extent. I have to pivot and do this thing some. But now I'm hearing a lot of things about trading old Michael Gallup, and I'm like, whoa, because now that's not where I'm at no more. That's not where I am no more. And I see, hey, can you, me? I think me, Tuck, and Big Games was talking about, well, what if you could take Michael Gallup and move him for Quentin Williams straight up, and get that big beastly defensive tackle in here, it's a wrap. Oh yeah, bro. I mean, it's over now. Yo, no, hey, don't worry. Your guy Nix will stand and deliver on whatever he says. I stand behind it. And absolutely, once we had won a couple games and where we were pivoting to, I was like, okay, the 5-point plan is out of here. You can't do it. But on top of that, I'm going to double down, as well as my guy Spoonie just said, hey, not only am I not going to move off of Amari Cooper now part of the 5-point plan because we're not going to be picking in the top 5. We can't do something with that pick and garner a whole bunch of picks. I'm all the way swinging the pendulum to the other way. I'm not getting rid of any of these guys. Okay? Case in point. I'm not getting rid of any of these guys whatsoever. So, yeah, the next 5-point plan was great when we were at our at the drums, and man, we just couldn't get right. But now, oh man, it's out of there. It is out of there. Now, of course, sure, not this season, but the following season, there is a way between like June 1st to June 5th that you can get up out of Amari's contract and not take an L. But again, as long as you can keep and you can stay strong and you can do those things, I mean, why not? I even brought up the fact, hey, man, if we talk about this whole offense coming back together next year, we talk about weapons piece by piece by piece. Who's got a better set of weapons? And I'm throwing even the Kansas City Chiefs in there.
Yeah, listen, BJ.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, the Cowboy on Twitter, a.k.a. J Tuck, a.k.a. friend of the show, a.k.a. Cowboy fans only on YouTube. I had to get him in here. I saw him in the comment section. We got to this 3-headed wide receiver. We have been going back and forth about this a lot, and it's a thing that's been moving around. So here we are. J Tuck, welcome to the building. And again, I can't hear J Tuck.
No,
can't hear J Tuck. Hello, J Tuck. Spoonie.
Not can hear him either.
Okay, yeah, me and Spoonie can hear each other. Can I hear you, Mr. Tuck?
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, we can hear you now. J Tuck. Look, I rolled this big old red carpet out for him, and what was going on? He came in and said, J Tuck.
On Twitter, been trying to put me on mute all day today, man, but you can't stop it, man. Shout out to Spoon, man, tag team champs. The Spoon gets it, man. Spoon gets it, man. You cannot get rid of that 3-headed monster. That's what I was trying to tell you guys the other night.
Can't do it.
I just can't. Not without seeing what it looks like with Dak Prescott. We have one of the top premier offenses in the NFL. You don't just give that up. Now, we're already giving up a critical piece, possibly, in Kellen Moore. You don't want to take it back even more with losing Michael Gallup. So,
right. No. And of course, and we, me, you, and James was on. Even me towards the end, as we were talking about, said, nah. I know James was like, nah, I ain't gonna just take an L. But I'm like, we gonna get a comp pick if after the following year, right, the Gallup walks out that door, we're still gonna get a 3rd round comp pick for him. Keep it a buck. As long as we play our cards right, and Stephen Jones has been very good. We're gonna give him heat. Let's give him credit. Letting guys walk out the door and everything. He gets comp picks back in high ones. Okay, there's that. And then 2, man, I gotta see it for 1 year because maybe that's the difference for one. If we only have these 3 guys together with Dak next year for 1 season,
right?
That might be the difference in winning number 6 and not winning number 6. I mean, keep it all the way a buck.
Right. And shots up to my guy Rush, man. He's.
I was gonna say Rush.
But it seems like Cowboys fans, they love that 3rd round pick because they would not let me get rid of it this morning on Twitter, man. Like that 3rd round pick, something with that is just golden.
Well, hold on, we'll get to that. We're gonna get to that because I responded. Oh no, we'll get to that. We'll get to that trade. Just respond to you. I said you're already giving up too much. Let's stay right here for a moment. So the idea of trading, all 3 of us are of like sounding mind, we think anyways, and well enough. And no matter what, even if we cannot keep Gallup after next year, all 3 of us agree, man, we got to keep this thing together at least for next year.
Yeah, I agree.
Listen, I don't know about y'all. I just turned 40 years old this year. All right. The last time we won was a very long time. I know a lot of us at my age was watching Power Rangers. That's how old this last Super Bowl that we have seen before. Now, for the ones who were born, they haven't seen the 3. If you saw it on YouTube, go back to YouTube and you will understand what we're talking about. It's been too long. Forget if you're gonna trade to get a piece you need, safety. Get a trade that you need to get somebody to make an impact. You don't trade what you have that can put you over the top. These 3 receivers are the main reason why we're still in it. They take the pressure off the offensive line. They take the pressure off of Dalton a little bit because at the end of the day, you got to cover 3 of them. And not every team got 2 cornerbacks. Now I'm sorry if if there's a watch sheet on the Eagles cornerback from number 38 last week because Andy was picking on that side. I agree. I mean, that side was getting picked on left and right. And all you saw was what? Nothing but highlights of the receivers doing what? Making some plays. Was open up the whole offense to do their part. So I'm not trading Gallup. Listen, if we have to lose Gallup free, but we get a championship, I do not care. Get that ring. Let's get this parade going on. Let's celebrate. It's too long.
And then we figure it out. Yeah, no, I mean, and I completely agree. And the other thing about it is too, right? Is, man, boy, if you do end up keeping him, who's to say that you don't keep him? You at least walk that dog and put this thing together. And then even on top of that, we even talked about, the aspect of this 3 and what they're doing. Then you find the way to marry Dak and Pollard together. Well, my goodness, and then you got the 2. Then it's a different kind of 2-headed monster, the 3 and the 2, because, okay, we're going to concentrate on stopping the run. Well, now we go over the top. Well, now we're going to concentrate on stopping the pass. And you got this marriage between Dak and Zeke, and they get to eat, and it forces you up, and it opens up what's going on the back end. It's just a lot of different things of, as we've seen this thing play out, and we're seeing, how we've trended, and with a great chance, the opportunity to go 5-2 here at the very end, is that don't break that up. You're losing, as we talk, Tuck, right? We're losing 8 guys on defense?
Right. 8 guys possibly.
You can't lose them. And why would you trade? And now here's into the trade scenario you're talking about. Why give up Gallup for the trade? Because I don't think you can get Quentin straight up for him anyways. But if you could, I mean, there's a discussion to be there. Why not just give up the 1st and the 3rd and you keep Gallup? There's an opportunity there. But J-Tuck, you and Spoonie are also the tag teams of whatever it takes. Send the whole draft to get this one dadgum guy.
Right.
And so for me, I'm just a little bit more like, hey, sure, go get him. Well, let's not just throw it out there. We want a first and a third.
Well,
kind of get him for a second and a
here's what
third.
I'm saying you can. I'm sure offer a second and a fifth. Hell, offer a fourth first. But we know the Jets know that we're desperate and we need a defensive tackle, so we know how they're going to play with us. So I would think. I think my max I would do for Quentin Williams would be a first and the third. And the reason why I was saying we got 3 fourth-round picks this year. If we want to trade back into the third round, we can trade back into the third round. But sometimes you have to pay an extra premium just to get the guy you want. Like I said on Twitter this morning, if you want a PS5 and you say, you know what, $1,300 is my budget. I'm not paying no more, no less, right? And then you get an offer and it says, you know what, $1,450, you can have it. An extra $150 to get that PS5 just to be done with it is fully worth it. So I'm saying with Quentin Williams, when we last spoke, we were kind of around, talking top 10 pick. Now, if we make the playoffs and it's 19, the Jets are going to be like, nah, I need a little bit more than that. So if they want a third, fine, take the third, bro. Give me my defensive tackle. We can move on forward and solidify this interior. That's what I was trying to say.
And before we get all the way to the Quentin Williams trade, I do want to get this one last take from y'all as we talk about this big three. As we've already talked about, hey, we at least keep him for 1 year. Would you be willing? I know you can't franchise tag him; he's going to walk out the door. I understand that, but are you looking? Are you unequivocally dead set against just letting him walk out the door outside of a third compromise? Do you think that this organization is going to try to find a way and build around these three now? I know they're going to go sign Dak, but as far as it comes to Gallup and what we're seeing and the different things and how they work together, the hot button talks talked about, hey, move this guy, move that guy, whatever. And we're saying, hey, we're going to keep the big three no matter what for 1 year. Are you doing whatever it takes to get out of your way to keep these guys together instead of just for 1 year? For me, I'd like to see that. And we kind of know there's an out on Amari after next season. I don't think that's going to happen. But is there a way that you think that we can keep these guys together for a 4 year? You extend Dak for 4 years. Can I keep these three guys in the building for 4 years? Do you think that's something that they can do before we get all the way out of here? We're all on board keeping him 1 year. Do you think they can find a way to keep these three guys with Dak for 4 years to have that window of opportunity for us offensively to be open for 4?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I'm sorry. There was something that Tuck had told me a while back on Twitter. Going back to the PS5, I had my budget of $600 for the digital. He said, Spoonie, if you want it, you would get it. I spent $800. I spent $800, and it's coming here. It's coming home.
It's on the way.
End of the day, if you want a championship and you want a chance, you will find a way to keep Gallup. I'm gonna give you 3 receivers that was kept, and it was one of the strongest point of the offense. I'm going back to the Rams of the greatest show on turf. Isaac Kim, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Hope. If you look at it, Isaac Bruce and Amari Cooper are the same, right? Now, when it came down to Torrey Hope, that was something that fell right in their laps. I gave that to CD Lamb. Isaac King was that guy that, the rugged speed guy, but I give him like Michael Gallup. They kept those three. And what did they bought them? Championship. They got about two championships.
Well, they got 1, but they went to 2.
They went to 2. All right. So, they lost against Patriots. Right. End of the day, you want a shot, you want a chance, you keep the guys. But you got to stop with the penny pinches over here. You got to stop.
Right. You got to get creative. I mean, we looked at the Saints and look, and everyone says you can't do it all. I get it. The Saints this offseason, I think their salary cap's like negative $21 million right now. However, they have kept that offense together. Right. And they built a pretty damn good defense on the back end of that. I get it. And their window has basically been open. If you look, I mean, we could talk about these different crazy losses they've had in the playoffs. Their window's been open a long damn time. Right. If that's because they've kept the only guy that they kind of moved on from offensively, right, was Brandon Cooks, which we've kind of seen Brandon Cooks go over here, go over there, go over here. So there was something within the building that said, no, we can do something. And right here comes the Michael Thomas, right? So they never really had this kind of monster of the 3 wide receivers in the same way as we have now, but they found ways to keep these other pieces together and add to the O-line, and this offense has been tremendous. And they found a way, because you said, well, if you pay so many offensive guys, you can't do nothing with the defense, but they found a way to put a pretty good damn defense on the field. So I'm not really a fan of that, but go ahead. So Right, we're going to count next year plus 3 more because we got 1 year of him under contract. Can we do it for 1 plus 3? Can we do that, Tuck?
Yeah, I think we can. The one thing when I text you guys, you and Big Game after our show, the only thing that really throws a wrinkle in it for me is if Michael Gallup starts pushing this year. I know Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones, they always want to make negotiations rough. So I feel like things could get a little bit ugly because I feel like he won't be the priority this season. But if Michael Gallup is to wait till next season, I feel like the Cowboys will be able to extend him. Now, if he's saying, you know what, I want my money now, and we're trying to work on Dak and different things like that, I feel like Stephen Jones and Jerry might consider other options. But if he can just hold tight for this season, and granted, I don't think Michael Gallup has a ton of leverage working in his favor after this season. It's not like he had, another 1,000 yards or whatnot. So if he can hold off till next year, I feel like the Cowboys can definitely work on him and extend his contract. Granted, every player is going to want to be one of the top dogs, and when it comes to their pay structure, but I think Michael Gallup wants to be a part of this Dallas Cowboys offense because it gives him open looks too. It's the more favorable matchups for him because when you're that number one guy, you're drawing that number one matchup, and even right now, he's not drawing that number one matchup, and he knows that. Like, I can just cook over here, and we saw what happened on Sunday versus the Eagles. So I think the Dallas Cowboys get Michael Gallup done. Plus, Jerry loves his offense, man. So
yeah, it puts tails in the seats, if you will. Puts tails in the seats. And also be clear, great game for Gallup this week, right? Now, he's not the Houdini that, say, a Terrence Williams was, where Terrence will give you one good game and disappear for 7.
Right.
But, he is that kind of, if you can even go back to last season, right? Michael Gallup really toured up, like, the last couple of games of the season to kind of push his stats up. Not that he's a bad guy. Not that he's a bad wide receiver. It's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, he has a role here. It's defined, the things that he can do. And back to your point right there, Tuck, is, man, it makes life easier for him.
Right.
But, we saw life was very easy for Alvin Harper one time here, and he got paid to go be a number 1 down there in the Bucs, and we never saw from him again.
Right.
So it'll just depend on what his mindset is, what the money matches up to. But, I do get to the certain thing of if I'm going to buy into anything, Steven says, we draft well, we pay our own. Well, you drafted this guy.
Right.
You have an opportunity here with another guy you drafted. You traded a first-round pick, so you might as well draft him. Make it stick, man. You're going to get the quarterback paid this year, right? We're going to see, and I tell a lot of people this, we were going to see a huge jump in the salary cap this year, but, COVID, whatever. By next year, you're going to see a big jump. Like, it's built within the CBA to have this huge jump happen that you're going to be able to sign some of these guys. So I'm with you, Tuck, when you said if he's cool and lets us ride this out for the year of the following season,
right?
I do believe that the chances are way up that we can bring him back into this.
Right.
Absolutely, unequivocally. Jumping into the chat real quick. First son, Anthony. This benefits all. Gallup will have better stats. The team will covet him more while also helping this offense. And looking at Dak's here, there's no question. I think they all have 1,000 yards.
Right. The price goes up with Dak at QB for Michael Gallup's.
Oh, yeah. Indeed. Michael Richardson is so bad that with the penny pension, we are shopping at the Salvation Army store. At times, the Goodwill, don't leave out the Goodwill as well. Michael Richardson also says he's liking the J-Tuck scenario.
There we go.
Michael Richardson also backdoor with the fag spoonie. Penny pension has got us in a predicament we are in. So yeah, man. I mean, across the board. Now, I do want to. That's the big 3. I do want to get to this Quentin Williams and the trade comp and what's going around to help this defensive front, right? And some we talked about. My man's got 7 sacks, so on and so forth. He's first year kind of came a little slow. This year, we're seeing what he's doing. Your tweet today, Tuck, right? Imagine him in the middle of these 2 big dogs going on the outside in Law and Gregory. Man. Y'all see that? I know y'all saw that film tape where they chipped Law and still had him blocked with 3 other guys.
Right. You can't do
like
that
these
with Williams.
There's no way you can do that with Williams. So let's get into the brass tacks of the Quentin Williams idea. Like, it was said it could be ahead of the trade deadline. We know it kind of looks like they're going to have a completely different regime up there come next season. They want their guys. They want to get some pieces, maybe some extra draft picks. We're kind of looking at this draft, right, defensive tackle wise. Yeah, we're talking about Wilson, obviously, from FSU. But, you don't see that guy, right, in your top 2 rounds where you're like, we need to go get him. If Quentin Williams is available, Talking to the top tier comp of a first and a third when you know you're going to have 2 thirds and 2 fours. Is it really that much to ask? Especially now that looks like we're not going to be drafted into the top 10 for sure. Right. We know that for sure. I believe now, right?
Right.
I think at best we can be 11th, no matter what happens. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, 11th. All right, the best we can be. I don't think we're losing to the Giants, so we're not going to be 11th. That's where I'm at on that. Right. Now, whether they're going to end up with 19th, who knows? But now we start talking about that first, and we start talking about some of these guys and where they're going to drop to. I mean, does Quentin Williams in the middle of this defense, and provided that, the one caveat we got to know, we're going strictly to a 4-3, which I believe we are. Right. Boy, if you're pairing Quentin with the rotation of a Gallimore and a Tristan Hill, Hamilton, and you got those 2 dogs on the outside. I mean, now we got to get Randy Gregory extended, though. Right. But, I mean, my goodness, makes you salivate a little bit, right, guys?
It does, man. Like when I posted that clip on my Twitter, just watching what he did, that was just one game, y'all. That was just against the Dolphins. He was just wreaking havoc in that interior. So you add that with DeMarcus Lawrence, Neville Gallimore, Tristan Hill coming back, Randy Gregory, possibly Aldon Smith return. That solidifies that front four, I think, from Dallas instantaneously. So that's why I'm saying, like, you can hope and wish that one of these guys you draft and project will be what that is. But let me tell y'all something. I said this on Twitter also as well. Like, me, Mendoza, we're Florida State fans. Like, talking to me about Marvin Lewis is like talking to me about my own child. I know my child. You never have. We're all parents and stuff. And you have someone tell you, I know my child. All right, I know my child. When it comes to Marvin Wilson, I know my child, and I know Marvin is flashes. There's hot flashes with Marvin, and there's low flashes with Marvin, where you're thinking, where the hell is he? And so you really can't rely on. But for a guy like Quentin Williams, you instantly fix that defensive interior. Just soon as he becomes a Dallas Cowboy and put that uniform on, it's fixed. Okay, now let's take care of these linebackers and these corners, and let's get back to playing football. And that's what I'm talking about. It's just productivity, production that you're aware of. Now, granted, he's had some injuries or whatnot, but you look at the season that he's having, my goodness, you toss that in what we already have. It's just hard to say no. And you mentioned just for one of those comp picks in the third, or we can trade back up in the third. Who cares? Right. Like, I really don't see the risk or the downside of that, besides when to sign him. But if he gets his production for the next 2 to 3 years or whatnot, and we get to sign him, big deal. It is what it is. So I'm doing it.
And I mean, and again, if you're trading, you got to trade for youth. That's one of my big things as well. Right. If you're going to make a move, it's got to be for youth. And I mean, the young man's 24.
Right.
I mean, he can be long stay here. One of the things I've pounded the table about time and time again for the past 2 years, we have not had a solidified defensive tackle since Leroy Glover. I don't care. Talk to me about whoever. Since Leroy Glover, we just haven't had a solidified beast at the defensive tackle position. Appreciate you, Jay Ratliff, and what you did, but at the end of the day, you wasn't Leroy Glover. And Quentin Williams can give you that, especially what we have on the edge. The thing is, we traded Amari Cooper. Now, only a first. We lucked up, obviously. Right. Only a first, what we do. But again, he's been an all-pro, young. He's a staple. He's been extended.
And let me say something about that Cooper trade, Nix. People forget how valuable that number 1 pick was when we traded for Amari Cooper. We were top 8 range at that point because we were struggling without a wide receiver. And we made that move, and then luckily it projected out of that top 10 range. And so you gotta pay to play. Like, it is what it is, man. Like, it's really a simple concept.
It is. Spoony. Now I know. Now Spoony's the king of trades. He might trade you a first and a second for Quentin. I don't know.
Listen. End of the day, I compared the Quentin Williams trade the way Pittsburgh did with the Miami Dolphins with Minka Fitzpatrick. On the 2 years on the rookie contract, they wanted to get rid of him, and look what happened with Minka. Minka went to Pittsburgh, made instant impact. Quentin Williams, 2 years on his rookie deal. You got another 2 years, of course, with 3 years with the 5th-year option, of course. Young, defensive tackle, top 5 pick the previous in the 19 draft. Why would you want to give a first and a third? You know why folks won't do it? Because at the end of the day, some of the fans don't want it because they are so infatuated with the NFL draft. Right. And again, it's a stage, red carpet. We don't know what that guy's gonna be, but guess what? I could use one of my first round pick on a player that's available that will fit my scheme, that would definitely wreak havoc with D-Law and Randy Gregory on the team. I mean, why not? Right. Who is there at number either 11 or 19 to 20 range that we gotta let's hold that drive.
Hey, I'll tell you, look, if we're picking 11, Cowboys Nation will hate me. It's going to be Pitts at tight end. I'm telling you now. If you're sitting at 11, it's probably going to be Pitts at tight end.
And I wouldn't be mad about it. I wouldn't be mad about it at the time because Pitts is a real difference maker. Adding with what we have in receivers, oh my God. You know, but end of the day, I'm not take the first and the third. Who cares? We don't even know who's going to be in the third round yet.
Right.
Well, again, at a certain point, you know, the thing that I've told y'all a multitude of times, I want to see this front office take their chips and push them to the middle.
Right.
Look, you have the two-headed monster running back, right? You have the three-headed monster wide receiver. Look, even as bad as the offensive line has been with the injuries or whatever, we're seeing them come around. It's going to be great depth next year. You're getting a top 8 to top 10. To me, I can argue top 8, maybe 6 even when it comes to Dak Prescott. You're getting but either way, you're getting a top 10 quarterback back in the building. Right. You're getting what we think is going to be a very, very good tight end in Blake Jarwin back in the building. Go all in on the defense now.
Right.
Go all in on the defense. 23 years old. Shout out to Morris Gadsden. Exactly 23 years old.
23 years old.
You know, he's a young buck.
300 pounds.
He's a young buck. You know, if they're willing to move off of him a first and a third, I mean, come on, guys. I mean it's a no-brainer.
Right. Because you could take one of those fours that we have and move back into the third. Or do we have 2 third-round picks this year?
We should have 2 because we're going to third for Byron.
We have 2 third-round picks.
Yeah, we're going to have 2/3 and 2 fours. If I'm not mistaken.
Bro, let me get back on Twitter, man. We got 2 third-round picks. all day, nobody wanted to tell me he had 2 third-round picks, and everyone's tripping. I can't give up a third.
I mean, the comps haven't hit yet, but yeah, it's probably going to pan out to 2/3 and 2 fours.
Byron Jones, you get a third for.
Yeah, that's right.
You know
that's
right. So I'm
hell
like,
yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
You're getting the third for Byron. You're getting look, and the very shrewd Stephen Jones is going to get a 4th for Robert Quinn.
Exactly. Listen, you guys.
How about this one? I'm gonna go. How about this one? I'll go crazy. I'll give him a 1st, 3rd, and a 4th because I got 2/3 and 2 fours. I do it.
There you go.
I do it. Yeah, look at me. I'll give them our first, our legitimate third. So because the comps are at the end of the round,
right?
But I'll give them our first, our legitimate third, and I'll give them our comp 4th,
right?
And walk away from that deal and feel
right.
Excuse my language, fucking fantastic about it.
Whole draft. Yeah. If we do that and we trade and get Quentin Williams in the draft, I am celebrating like we just got CeeDee Lamb.
Big Trev in the building. Big Trev in the building. I actually saw somebody a little bit earlier. I'm sorry. I know you mentioned whoever it was earlier that also talks about this. But I want to get it out since I've had 2 different people comment about it. Do y'all know if they will bring back Gerald McCoy back next season as well to help this defense? Now, here's the word. The word was it was a wink deal. That's why they released him. They said, "Hey, we're going to bring you back next year." That was the word, was that they would bring him back this following season. But things changed by the time they released him to where we are now. But there was supposedly we're going to let you go to free up this and space to do whatever, but we would bring him back the following year. But all bets are off, especially, if you do go out here and you land a Quentin Williams and you start looking at, well, damn, Tristan Hill kind of looked good. Well, Gallimore was coming along the last 7 starts. Hamilton's still in the building. Well, here's the thing. Do you want to bring back Gerald McCoy or do you want to keep Mr. Woods, Antoine Woods, in the building at that point? And if it comes down to McCoy or Woods, I think unequivocally it's Woods.
Right.
But I mean, Gerald McCoy, do you think there's a chance he's coming back next season, Simone?
There's a big chance. I would take him back. I will definitely welcome him back. He's a good leader. He'll be part of a great rotation, and we must get a guy like Quentin Williams there. You need guys like that on this roster. As far as Antoine Woods, here's the difference. Antoine Woods, for me, he's still young. He may want to go out there and test that market to see how much money he can get. A guy like Gerald McCoy, you get him for very cheap because he's an old veteran guy. But at the end of the day, it's that leadership. Remember, we're losing Sean Lee probably to coaching. Mm-hmm. You want to always have somebody on the roster who's a player that their voice will be heard when it's time to get it on. And a guy like Gerald McCoy, you definitely want on your team.
What's up? You, Woods, McCoy.
If I had to decide between the two of them, it's going to be Woods over McCoy. Just coming off that injury, man, he's older, but like Spoon mentioned, I think Gerald McCoy did have a lot of leadership in his locker room from the moment he stepped in. So I would like to have that around, but man, like I'm saying, I'm not trying to get my prom suit at Marshall's, man. Like, what I'm saying, I need to get decked out. So just give me something that's solidified, man. I feel like Gerald McCoy coming back is going to be his last leg, man. It's one of these old veteran guys. He might flash here 1 to 2 games, and that's about it. I need instant impact when it comes to Centurion and defensive line. So I would move on for Gerald McCoy. Great guy, though. So
great guy. I mean, now if they don't make the play for Quentin Williams, right? And now let's pivot a little bit. You don't make the play for Quentin Williams, just to double down on your staff at defensive tackle, would you bring back both McCoy and Woods? Because I mean, you can bring back McCoy on a good deal. If it doesn't pan out, maybe let him go.
Right.
Come cut down time. Would you at least cover your bases that way? If Quentin's not a part of the drill, I'm gonna bring back Woods and McCoy just to have leverage there. Or am I looking somewhere else? I'm bringing back Woods and looking somewhere else other than McCoy.
Well, I wouldn't mind both of you back. I really, it also depends too what's available at the time as well. Because I do know they're gonna look at see what's out there. At the end of the day, like I said, our middle and that line is bad. It's terrible.
Right.
It's terrible. And it's not like Woods hasn't been playing with us that he wasn't part of the some of the failures we had. But like I say, it also depends what's out there, what's available. If you don't get Quentin Williams, but hey, I welcome McCoy back. We get Quentin Williams. Hey, great rotation. But if we don't get Quentin, I'm with both.
Yeah,
depending what's out there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I will say I don't want another grainy hips like Tyron Crawford, right? And I do worry about McCoy with the long tooth, and he couldn't. I mean, obviously looked good in practice before he went down. But kind of one of the things I think a Big Game James said, like currently we are 26.3 on the defense. I think that's going to get younger because of the guys that are leaving and what's going to happen with the draft. I mean, especially get a 23-year-old Quentin Williams in here. Wink, wink. So you might need that veteran force in there. But again, at one point are we not saying, hey, D-Log, you're the veteran force. I don't need somebody else in here. So I mean, there's that side. Or Jalen, LVE, you're the veteran forces. But if you need a veteran force on that line, I could see that aspect of Gerald McCoy being that voice in that room because he is a veteran guy, depending on price. How much is it going to cost you to have him as a veteran force voice in there and come into that? Let me kind of go into these comments real quick. Boy, the comments are lit, man. Keep giving the share. And of course, as always, shameless plug for all my Facebook people. Star Gang Podcast. There's a YouTube page. Hit the sub, hit the notification button. Also, with our friend Jay Tuck in the building, Cowboys fans only. Also over there on the good old YouTubes that everybody's in. And I'm sorry, Michael. Yes, I do. I mean, look, you got to slide a little wrinkle into the stairs. You can't, man. You got to make it. You got to make it a little spicy. But now, I can develop a different 5-point plan without trading nobody. The next 5-point plan is translucent. It can move around some. Things can happen because, look, if y'all guys want to go out here and trade and go get me Quentin Williams, well, look, the two positions we need, right? D tackle, safety. There's a couple of safeties you like maybe in the draft, right? The kid from CCU, the kid from Syracuse. There's a couple of guys you like. But there's going to be some free agents you can go get. Whether we're talking about Anthony Harris, we're talking about the Simmons of the world, the Keanu O'Neals. I mean, my goodness, if you're able to go get a Simmons and you're able to go add a Quentin Williams, and 23 and 24 cornerstone young pieces right down the old middle, and we lose that first and that third, boy, that does free us up to do something in the second round. I know he doesn't meet the 6-foot standards here. But boy, that cornerback from FSU, I saw Tux. I'll start going back and forth real quick. In that second round, you could go get you a Samuel.
Like I said, Cowboys Nation, don't worry. Once this is all over, I'm going to introduce you to a few of my nose, man. I'm going to introduce you to my nose. But yeah, I would like to get Samuel, man, in the second round. It's a guy I trust. He's going to be active. He's going to be wiry. He makes plays. He has a nose for the ball. And if you were to replace him, J. Lou, and put Asante Samuel Jr. out there, man, I feel like that's going to be a new spark. So like I said, he doesn't fit your height requirement for the Dallas Cowboys, but when you just want a pure football player, a playmaker who has a nose for the game, Asante Samuel Jr. will be that guy. And I would sign off on Asante Samuel Jr. before I would sign off on Marvin Wilson. I'll tell you that.
Fair enough. I think I agree with you on that as well, J Tuck. I know we don't always agree, but I will agree with you on that one. I will agree with you on that one. Man, shout out to the YouTube real quick. My man said, Print made it. Can we agree that if CeeDee Lamb had Dak as his quarterback full season, he'd be better than Justin Jefferson?
Yes.
I think not. Well, we do have to handicap Justin because he has a particular quarterback throwing you the ball in Mr. You Like That. Everybody's favorite cousins. So he's kind of handicapped at quarterback on smidge. But I will say this as well. The other side to that is Jefferson has Thielen on the other side, but he doesn't have anybody else. As we talked about, we have the big three there, right? So, not only the quarterback situation is hurt CeeDee Lamb, but having other big guys around him. But I think if we're talking about production on the field wise, I think I would agree. I think CD would have more yardage. I think there would be some things there that would have happened if that could have been here all year. I think maybe we're talking about we already have 2,000-yard receivers right now. If the case may be, maybe J-Tech will feel a little bit better about our bet with a chance in week 17. However, he doesn't. So,
but we counting playoff games, right? Though, are we?
Why not throw it in there? Yeah, why not throw it in there? Throw it in there. Throw it in there. So, but either you guys, y'all disagree? If Dak was here, we would the universal thing would be CD. No disrespect to Justin Jefferson. Kid's amazing. He's a baller. Be clear, he's a baller.
Right.
He's a baller. This ain't no fluff. He's a baller for sure. Thank God that the Eagles decided, Justin Jefferson, we'll take Rieger instead. So, but CeeDee Lamb, better this year than Justin.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So.
Yeah, because I think we got the best wide receiver in the draft. Right. And I bang the table. Me and Tuck definitely both bang the table a long time for that.
Right.
Long time for that.
How many ways CeeDee Lamb is scoring? CeeDee Lamb is scoring. CeeDee Lamb is scoring on special teams. He's scoring regular. He's scoring on running plays.
Versus
the dude all over the field, just give it the ball and he'll make something happen. He is the new playmaker. Right. Shout out to Justin Jefferson doing a great job in Minnesota. We had said before the draft, he's a very good receiver. Thank you for not drafting him. Right? They got Rieger, who may come along down the line, but Jefferson is a stud. But make no mistake, before Dak went down, it took at least 5 weeks for quarterbacks to pass his quarterback numbers. That man was on a roll with CeeDee Lamb.
Right.
So
big facts.
Yeah. So it's
CeeDee Lamb's that Swiss Army knife. What you want me to do? Inside, outside.
Though I do want him off of special teams though. Like every time he just returned.
I'm okay after this year. I wanted him here the rookie year. I wanted him back there. Just getting more touches, getting acclimated to the NFL game. But I'm with you. Moving forward, I'm completely okay going into season 2. Time for somebody else.
Right.
Now on special occasions, you want to throw him back there, maybe. But the every down returner, I'm with you there. Like first year, yes. Second year, I'm kosher.
Right.
But let's go ahead and say, let's project a little bit, guys. Let's go ahead and project out. We trade that first and third. We get Quentin Williams. As you eloquently tweeted, with the X amount of pick, the Cowboys have traded the pick. They have sent the first and the third for Quentin Williams. So let's get to that second round pick. All right, guys. And as Mark Anthony said, he loves Nick Bolton in the second round.
Right.
Loves him some Bolton. Right. And area of need. Absolutely. Right. And we don't know what's happening in free agency. We're just going to go off that we acquired. We're going to be status quo. We're just going off of what we acquired. Right. So the second round pick, what are we looking at there, guys? Are we looking? Obviously, you want to do BPA, right? You want to do BPA. Is Bolton your guy? I think we all agree. I'm going to take Surtain off the board because I know me and Tuck agree. I think if Surtain's on the board there, I want Surtain in the second round, especially when we're going to get Quentin Williams.
Right.
So let's take Surtain out of there. Who's your fourth? Who's your fourth or fifth corner at that point? Who do you got? Would you take him over Bolton, or do you think Bolton would be the guy right there in the second round for you?
I would personally take either Samuel or another corner. That would be my corner, my pick in the second round. The reason why is because you think about it, and we said this before, BJ, I think on Sunday, all the days start to run together. But primarily what we're gonna do in a passing league, we're gonna run a nickel. So those two linebackers, whether it's gonna be Jalen or Van Der Esch, those are gonna be our primary guys. And I just don't see us putting a rookie to replace either one of those guys. I just don't see Jerry Jones doing that. And so they're going to get a majority of the snaps. So the guy that I want out there, I want them to have instant impact. I want them to be, I don't want to draft a linebacker like Nick Bolton and he becomes the new Bradley or not. Like, I feel like if we draft Asante Samuel, he's an easy plug in to fixing that nickel position for Jordan Lewis once we move on, or possibly Cheeto, and he's going to actually get some meaningful snaps. Versus if we do a linebacker, then he's really going to be competing for a spot between Jalen Smith and Van Der Esch. So I would go with the cornerback position over the linebacker position. But if there's no one I like there that's available, then maybe I would bring in a linebacker at the position. So for me, that second round pick, after we solidify the interior, be cornerback.
How that board falls.
Yeah, cornerback and then linebacker.
Yeah, I just, man, you know, and one of the things, as you said, these days run together because we're pumping it out right now. You know, for me, my issue is even if it was Parsons, that's the thing that I brought up. Even if the pick is Parsons, let's say we don't trade the first round pick and we get Parsons, no matter where the hell we're picking at. We ended up with Parsons, right? Where does he play?
Right.
And that's the problem with the idea that we're going to stick in this 4-man front. Right. At best, our base is going to be the nickel.
Right.
So that third cornerback means more than a third linebacker. And I don't think any of us here thinks that LVE or Jalen's going to come off the field for a draft pick, even if it is Parsons.
Right.
So it's for me, it's a very hard pill to swallow in the first 2 rounds. Now, once we get to the 3rd round, we can maybe talk about it at that point. But the first 2 rounds, it's going to be a very hard pill for me to swallow that it's a linebacker. Unless we get the pivot and say, no, we're definitely going 3-4. Well, then, you know, now we got to look at a whole bunch of different bevy of things. But I'm going to constitute and think that we're going to stick to this 4-man front. Mm-hmm. And linebacker's a hard reach for me. And look, I like things that Parsons brings to the game. And there's things I love that Bolton brings to the game as well. But overall, man, if we're going to be again, you got to tell me there's not a guy that's showing up at linebacker that says, okay, we took this guy. Well, LVE and Jalen Smith, one of you guys are sitting down. Right. And that's my issue. What do you think, Spoon?
I mean, it is a thing. What LVE and Jalen Smith bring to the game is also they're pretty decent when it comes to pass coverage. And I heard talk about nickel linebacker, and so you instead of you having that third linebacker, what I would do is I would go out and draft one of his children from Harrison Matherdeen, the safety. Mm-hmm. I think he's so much of a project. Yeah, I would draft him to play that nickel linebacker role because at the end of the day, for a safety who is 6'4", he in the box anywhere, he could cover the tight end, cover out the flats. As far as he's playing safety, he's more of a tweener. So that's what I would do. I wouldn't concentrate so much on linebacker. Just like Tuck said, you'd be competing against LVE and Jalen Smith. Now, Francis Bernard, don't forget we got him. We got oh my God, my other boy from Wisconsin. I forgot his name. He's
Wisconsin.
A middle linebacker. What's his name? Oh God.
You mean Nebraska, Luke Gifford?
I mean Luke Gifford's Nebraska. Yeah, Luke Gifford.
Nebraska. Yeah.
So end day, I don't think linebacker is a big need unless for some reason they make a move on LV or Jalen Smith and you create a whole different story. But I wouldn't concentrate so much on that. In the second round, if we lose our first round pick for Quillen Williams, I'm gonna stay on the hot button. Don't stop. Keep making moves. You get that Samuels. Now
let me go ahead. No, go ahead, finish. Go ahead, finish.
I love Asante Samuels Jr. I don't care about his size. He's a baller. And if it's anything like his father, it's a great pick. Mm-hmm. It's a great pick. If it's anything like his father. So with that being said, I'm going with corner with the second round pick.
And of course, let me grab this real quick. Yeah, I agree. I don't understand it. I've asked questions. I don't know why Torrance keeps getting jumped to the coverage. There's S9, S10, S11 print made it. I don't know, brother. Obviously he's under contract. I don't think they're going to bring him back next year. But yeah, why they keep doing that has definitely been beyond me. But with that being said, let me ask you this about Bradley Anae, somebody that we all been high about. We're high on getting him in here from Utah, and we wanted to see him. And now it kind of looks like all of a sudden that we're not going to pivot over here to this 3-4 defense. Man, is that just a throwaway pick? Like we're just not going to ever get to see anything from him now? Are we worried now at this point that Bradley Anae was just, it was a good idea whenever we were drafted because we thought we were doing something, but now.
And that's what I've been trying to tell Cowboys Nation today. If you really think about it, even with Neville Gallimore, a third round pick, if it wasn't due to injuries, we probably wouldn't have saw much of him this year. For some reason, our team really doesn't play draft picks like that, So I feel like Bradley and I be one of those guys. They'll probably be year 3, year 4. We're like, oh, there's Bradley and I. Kind of like the Donovan Wilson thing. He's making plays. Same thing probably with Reggie Robinson. We saw what Reggie Robinson was able to do just on special teams when he finally got to play. So it's like you buy these toys, but you don't play with them. I mean, it's just Christmas. A lot of parents can relate. My kids are doing the same thing, talking about we're bored. I'm like, go play with your damn Christmas toys. But yeah, I feel like Bradley and I will be a lost cause because I really don't see where he's going to fit when it comes to these things. And go back to the comment, Jerry Jones is already golden goose Dorrance Armstrong, so it looks like he's going to be around for quite some time. It feels.
Yeah, he golden goosed it, but that was Jerry talk out this way. That was. I needed something smart to say or something that makes you feel good. Yeah. I said it this way. I don't think there's any chance that
Dorrance Armstrong.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
He's been getting reps though. He's been getting a lot of reps this year. Which when we did our our final breakdown the rosters this summer, we thought he was going to be cut. And so
it was on the cusp. It was right. It was we keeping him or we keeping Jackson.
Right.
Which one is it? He was definitely on the cusp for sure. I just don't get it. I mean, with Bradley and I mean, look, take Rondell Carter for instance. He went up to the Colts, got released from the Colts, came back here. He has been on the field more. And he was undrafted now than Bradley and I.
And here's the frustrating thing about Bradley and I. What was his one snap is when we last played the Giants. And he got out there. He kept quarterback contained. He almost got a sack his very first NFL play. And that was it. The end. Inactive. I call him Bradley Inactive. That's his new name because, I mean, he's always going to be like so.
Spoony, Bradley and I, is that going to turn out to be just a busted pick because – we wanted to do a multiple defense. We're not doing a multiple defense. You think it's just he'll just be here? Maybe he'll be on special teams next year. Maybe third year we see something. What do you think?
No, I'm praying that we go multiple defense. I'm really a huge fan of Bradley and I out of Utah. And I'm gonna tell you this right now: if he gets traded to the right team, especially a 3-4 team, we're gonna be pissed off. We're gonna get pissed off.
Right.
Well, and again, but if we're looking at what we do best, we saw D-Law try to stand up and do some things. It is not conducive to what D-Law does. Let's just be clear. Look, we can talk about what he did in Boise and standing, whatever. We saw that early in the season. It's not who he is,
and he's still doing it on the goal line.
which is right. Look. We know that what Reddy can do. We talk about Jalen Smith was on the edge in the 3-4 and blitz and all these things. But my goodness, guys, we're talking about linebackers right now. I mean, if we're going to make the transition to the multiple quote unquote 3-4, then you don't trade for Quentin Williams. Right. I'm sorry, because you're going to need. I look. I need a Parsons in the first round all of a sudden. Right, you need backers. I mean, we're really going to double down on that thing. That's why saying it a 4-3 and bringing a 4-3 in here, but what we have currently constituted, it alleviates you to be, even if it costs us Bradley and I not getting on the field. And as my guy Mendoza said, maybe he's getting the taco treatment, so be it. And you're just going to scratch that as an L. But it's easier to do what we're doing because it alleviates us and be able to, like Tuck had brought up, go trade for Quentin.
Right.
Let's go do that because it's a plug and play. It's instant. It's there. Right. We don't have to do so much. So for me, look, whether I'm a fan of the 3-4 or not, I was never a fan personally. I think we're a 4-3. I think historically our best teams have been 4-3, so on and so forth. But if we're going to make the move, I ride for it. But if we're going to do it, then you got to go all in. And to me, you didn't do enough this past COVID off season to go all the way in. You still tried to run it. You had to dial it all the way back and switch it back up and whatever the case may be. And now we're talking about, and look, and it's one of the biggest things outside of that getting signed day one, which he should get signed day one. The next biggest thing, we're going to get this Kellen Moore here to say, because it even looks even more so now he's gone. Mm-hmm. But even with that being said, it's solidified what we're running defense, so we have a cohesive idea of what we need to bring into the Frisco and Dallas, the star in Frisco. Excuse me.
Yeah, but
we have to be solidified.
And if you heard the presser, this morning, I couldn't make out who actually asked Mike McCarthy my question. Is what is our identity? And he kind of stumbled over the answer a little bit, like, we're doing this, and like no, that's what the Cowboys need to sit down this offseason and really find out what is our identity. We're gonna be a 4-3. these are the types of players I'm the head coach, Mike McCarthy, I want on my team. Whether I want nasty dogs, whether I want cerebral guys, whatever it is, and then you go and get those types of players. But we change so frequently. You know, we're 3-4, then we're going to go to the 4-3, then we're going to 3-4. How about we'll do both of it? How about we'll be a run team? How about we'll be like, God, we need to find an identity and just stick with it. You don't
pound that tables. Pound that table, Tom.
I'm saying, like, bro, but we change so much. It's like we're trying to keep up with the NFL and what everybody else is doing. No, the Pittsburgh Steelers don't do that. The Baltimore Ravens don't do that. Like, these teams have an identity. You know, like, I can pretty much look at a player in college and think like, oh, Patrick Queen, he looks like a Raven. He just looks like a Raven. You know, like something you look like
Devin Bush. Oh, Devin Bush. Yeah. Pittsburgh.
You look at Pittsburgh, still like, yeah, that's what it comes. Like, that's what the Cowboys need to find out. It's just the identity. We're gonna do it and we're gonna stick with it. It's like it's gonna be New Year's tomorrow. If you guys want to lose weight, find a diet, stick with it. Don't do it for, I'm gonna be keto. I'm gonna be keto for 2 weeks and then I'm gonna be vegan. Like, no, find out what you want to be. Stick to it.
I feel a little attacked there. I feel a little attacked there. I feel a little attacked there. Okay.
That's what the Cowboys need to do, man. It's like, you know what? We're going to be this, and we're going to stick with it, and we're going to roll with it. So,
and of course, Morrison with if we were to be a 3-4, where would a not play? He's going to be an edge rusher. That's what he's going to be. He's going to stand up. He's going to come forward. That's where it's going to be. That's what it's going to do. But I mean, at the end of the day, the easiest setup for us. Look back here, what Jeremy said. How about we establish a good defense before we start switching up? Fair. It's fair. Identity, right? And the identity where we're at right now, the best that we do is a 4-man front.
Right.
Look, we can call it 4-3. Look, nobody plays a 4-3 anymore.
Right.
Keep it a buck.
Right.
Let's keep it a buck. You're either in a 4-man front or a 3-man front.
Right.
And then at that point, you're either in 2 linebackers or you're in 4 linebackers, quote unquote. So this idea where you're going to line up, but nobody's playing 2 yards in a cloud of dust anymore.
Right.
Nobody's coming out here with just, we have a tight end, a fullback, and 2 wide receivers where you can play a 4-3 anymore.
Right.
So it's about fronts. I mean, I get it. The terminology is 3-4, 4-3, whatever the case may be on that end, but it's about fronts. Are we in a 4-man front or a 3-man front? Right. If that dictates everything, what we're going to need a linebacker, what we're going to need up front. For us, the thing that we do best, if we're talking about establishing a good defense, is being a 4-man front this year.
Right.
But if you're going to switch it, I mean, guys, is Gallimore okay, we got to have 300-plus guys on the end.
Right.
Gallimore and Hill going to be your ends? Because then you need a big nasty in the middle, which we don't have.
Right.
So we're talking about LV going out here to the edge and dear God, Law's going to stand up. Well, all of a sudden it looks really weird because what's happening with Anil? What's happening with Gregory, right? On these edges. Oh, well, in the middle, it's LVE and who then all of a sudden, because you're taking Jalen and moving. It's too much. Mm-hmm. It's just too much. Yeah. 4-man front and go from there and attack these damn offenses.
Right. In my opinion, and don't get me wrong, I've never been a huge fan of the 3-4 unless you give me pass rushers. And the last time we ran it, DeMarcus Ware was our main guy. We had Anthony Spencer, but with injuries, he didn't last long. But we look at this roster, there's one guy that we have not mentioned that's part of this solution, and that's Aldon Smith. Aldon Smith, when it was on the first 3 games of the season, he was leading the league in sacks. Now, they went back to the 4-3, then you saw D-Law. So I agree with the identity. Who you going to work it out for? Now, I'll tell you this. Jalen Smith, LVE, Randy Gregory, Aldon Smith, they could play the 3-4. D-Law will be the only one in question. The only one. Now, I tell you this.
That's a problem.
Right.
That's the issue. If we was to go 3-4, I love the potential of the team. Why? Because you have pass rushes. That's the key.
But you have pass rushes
got to be big
right now, though.
No, but here's the thing: your front 3 got to be big. Those are the 3 guys who got to hold up for your linebackers to make the play, and that's the key thing. We don't have that. We don't have.
And we don't have. Look, not only do we not have that right now, this draft isn't built for that either.
Right.
So it would be asinine to say, okay, we're going to move forward and go into this multiple 3-man front defense and see what happens. I just, to me, it's asinine. Stick to the 4-man front. Let's go out here and go grab a Quentin Williams. Let's figure this thing out and move forward from there. I think that's the easiest way to get over the hump, especially considering, right, we're talking about, because everyone loves caps and picks and all this other stuff. The offense is set. Okay, it frees you up again with your staying in the 4-man front to make more moves to go get what you can go do.
Right.
I don't know. I just think, I don't know. What do I know?
Yeah.
Like
I said, man, if we're gonna go 3-4, man, we don't have the ingredients in house for that, and you're gonna have to spend some money, Steven, if you want those ingredients. He's like, nah, 4-3.
Listen, I told Tuck, I promised Tuck on Twitter that I would do this. So I'm gonna do it real quick, get out the way. I have here.
Oh yeah.
And it's Trevor Lawrence wig right here. Trevor Lawrence, this wig right here is gold. This wig right here is worth at least $5 million, Steve Jones. I'll donate this wig to you because Cowboys are picking number 19 to 20 probably. So there's no need for this wig. It's done. Look, I'm gonna throw it to the side. It's done. But I was selling for $5 million. $5 million to get us a player. We need that.
Rest in peace to the wig, man.
R.I.P. R.I.P. With that being said, I want to transition over here. We talked about this a little bit last night. We talked about it on some other shows, me, you, and James and Tuck, and obviously Spoonie. We talked about it last night. As we saw the end of the game, the handshakes that were happening, as we have heard on the radio in local Dallas, and the way they're talking, it looks like it's more not a case of if, but a case of when this thing is moving on from Kellen Moore taking the job at Boise State. So, with that being said, do y'all still think there's hope that Kellen will stay here as the offensive coordinator, or do you think it's a foregone conclusion? Let's start there. Tuck?
I lost all hope, man. My only hope was Jerry Jones, maybe going to Kellen Moore, wanting to keep him. But after I heard his comments on the radio show, it was just like, oh, man, you got to take it if the opportunity is there. And I was like, Jerry, what are you doing? Jerry, So it seems like, as soon as this season is over, we'll get that announcement. Because even watching Mike McCarthy's press conference, he kind of slipped, on the answer about Kellen Moore a few times. And he's like, well, then I don't want to address any more about that. So I feel like Kellen Moore is going, like we discussed on Sunday when the news kind of broke. I feel like it was his job to either take or not want. I don't feel like he's even competing with. I think there's a guy from Oregon that interviewed as well, but I don't think this is any competition. I think the job is, if he wants it, he can take it. So I feel like Kellen Moore is gone. So as me as a Cowboys fan, man, I'm concerned about next year, and we'll probably talk about that here soon. But like he's out.
Yeah, I thought, and as I said that night, as it was first breaking, and me, you, and James was talking, I said, man, I think it's a foregone. If they offer him the job, I think he's gone. I think there's nothing that Jerry can do. At the end of the day, it's a unique situation. This isn't the Jason Garrett thing where you had hired him first and then brought somebody in. I thought this is different from that. And that's, he's the man. That's his alma mater. And also, in Jason Garrett's defense, I mean, Boise ain't Penn. That's not, it's a different scenario in general. And at that point, the cup of coffee with Law, as we talked about, pick up the phone. There was just too much happening there. I was like, okay, like this could have been squashed. He hasn't squashed it. At the end of the day, if they offer it to him, it's a wrap. So I think it's the inside track. I think even more so, my initial feelings were he was gone. Everything that's transpired since then, game day, afterwards, and whatnot. Yeah, I definitely think he's gone. I don't think there's unless the only one thing is the boosters magically don't want their golden boy back and say, no, wait, we want this guy instead. I mean, I don't think Urban Meyer's like, hey, I'll come coach Boise and look, in low key, I'll be honest. I think if Urban Meyer even wanted to coach Boise State, I think they would still take Kellen. I think that's where it's at. So I think it's a done deal. Spoonie, you think it's done? You think there's any chance Kellen stays in Dallas?
0.00% he stays in Dallas. He is gone. He is gone. And listen, out with the old, in with the new. Thank you, Killing Services. You do have a lot of potential. If you want a head coach in the NFL, it's a good thing to go to the college ranks. Grow. And listen, it's not a bad thing.
Right.
He would be a nice inside guy for Jerry Jones, because we love drafting guys out of Boise State. Who'll give us some input. But end of the day, this is Mike McCarthy's team. I am looking forward for this new West Coast offense that I've been so excited about.
Well, we'll get there. Just hold on. We'll get there.
Done deal.
Real quick, Morris, with a side note. LV 64255 and A 63260. Drop a couple of LBs. I'm just saying, or throw a A in the trade for Williams. Food for thought. Food for thought.
You watched the Infinity War, man, when Thanos down and tossed her off the cliff. I'm tossing Bradley and I off that cliff so damn bad for Cliff.
You're able to keep that third and send a Nye and that first instead. Absolutely.
Thanos tossing Bradley and I in that trade.
Right. So pivot now. So let's pivot. All right, however long this season takes us and wherever we go, okay, we all believe it's kind of a group think tank here that Kellen is gone. So offensive coordinator-wise / play caller, because those can't be two different things. Look at Kansas City, right? They have offensive coordinators, but hey, once it comes to game day, hey, my boy's got the KFC joint up in front of him, Andy Reid, and he's making sure he's making them calls or whatnot. So with that being said, how do we think it's going to transfer into the play calling / offensive coordinator scenario once Kellen leaves? Tuck, what do you think, man?
I think it has to follow Mike McCarthy now. I think he'll get a coordinator up top, but Mike McCarthy will be taking over the play calling. As you've been saying, Nick's like, we want to see what you can really bring to this team, and that's kind of Mike McCarthy's niche, is the offensive play caller, offensive guru, quarterback guru, and whatnot. So let Jerry get his full money's worth. So I feel like that's what we're about to get, which makes me nervous as hell. But here we are. So
here we are. Spoony, what do you think? What do you think? How you think this offensive cohesion is going to transfer over once Kellen walks out the door next season?
Watch out for the name Tom Clements out of Arizona. He is the passing
Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals.
For the Cardinals, right? He's the passing coordinator for them. He worked with McCarthy in Green Bay for a lot of years. So so him and Mike work well together. I'm just watch out for that name. And Mike McCarthy will call the play. He's gonna bring somebody he's familiar with, maybe like Clements. And that's about it. It's gonna be somebody who prepared the quarterback, things of that. Dak Prescott. Hopefully he's here. And he's done a great job with Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, got rid of his third year. So, with that being said, watch out for Tom Clements.
Yeah, I think for sure at this point, and something that I've said a bunch on Tuck's show and on our show and around the way. At the end of the day, I mean, if you hire a head coach, you want him to do what he does best. Outside of working with quarterbacks, what does Mike McCarthy do best? Call plays, right? He was the play caller all the way up through a Super Bowl, won a Super Bowl, the whole nine. Now we can argue once that maybe there was some beef and maybe Aaron Rodgers was changing plays and this, that, and the third. But as far as his resume goes, I work with quarterbacks, I develop quarterbacks, and I call plays. That's what I do. So I think for sure at the end of the day, it's full go with this West Coast offense. Now I do believe this. Now the one caveat is this. As we talked about Dak and signing Dak out the gate, none of this foolishness, none of this. We're going to tag him and hide behind the tag. We can't do free agency, cohesiveness, have a great offseason. Sure, I think I do believe that your franchise quarterback should have a little bit of a say. Right. I'm not saying that he should not have any kind of say whatsoever. But I do think it's probably time for that West Coast office to come into this thing and Mike McCarthy do what he does best and figure out if that's what's going to work for us or not. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off guy.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Dak's being consulted with any of this?
I think absolutely, because we hear Mike McCarthy talk about how he's in the building every day.
Okay.
So if Mike McCarthy's telling Sean Lee, hey, if you were stupid enough to get into coaching, talk to me. And what reason What reason? Sure, maybe some rehab here and there. But the fact that Dak is in the building every day, I just find it very hard to believe that him and McCarthy haven't had some conversations.
Okay.
I just, because one, and that's two-sided. One, I think Dak is very forward thinking. I don't think he's bashful. I think he's going to be in talking with Mike. And I think on the same token, Mike isn't going to run for this. He's talked about open door policies and whatnot. And I think that he's going to have those conversations with Dak. Now, how far is that future proofing right now? What's going on? I mean, the Kellen Moore is very fresh, right? But I think overall they've had conversations. To what degree, we'll never know. For me, I look at Joe Philbin. I think Joe Philbin, as I tweeted today and I talked about on a couple of past shows, I think he's the coach that doesn't get enough pop, enough respect for, the job that he's done is nothing short of tremendous with this offensive line this year. He's been an offensive coordinator in this league before. I could very easily see him transitioning as O-line / offensive coordinator with Mike McCarthy calling the plays come Sunday. Now, the playbook is in the building. Maybe Dak says, hey, okay, we're going West Coast, but hey, here's some shit that I want to keep.
Right.
And it might be a little bridging of the gap of the West Coast plus what Dak likes. We have to wait and see that thing play out. But as far as titles go, I think for sure Mike McCarthy is going to be calling the plays on Sunday, Monday. Well, we saw Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this year, I guess. But whatever day that these games are being played, I think McCarthy, again, you're the head coach, my guy. What are you best at? Your offense, right? So I think he's going to be cooking. There's been some whispers that he's been a little bit more involved in the play calling and whatnot. So I think you're going to see that, but I do think this will be a separation of state. I do think this will be a Kansas City style. Eric Bieniemy is the offensive coordinator, but Andy Reid's calling the plays, and I think it's going to be the same thing. I think it's going to be whether we're talking about Spoonie's guy who's been with him before, who's over in Arizona, or if it's a Joe Philbin in the building, it's going to be one of those kind of lateral moves for them being OC. And then come when the lights are on, McCarthy's going to be calling those plays. And then what we'll have to watch at that point, mark it down here before we get into 2021, guys. Your guy Nix is telling you this will turn into the marriage of McCarthy and Dak and how they get along and how they see this offense and how things are done on game day. We'll wait and see. Will it be a Rod McCarthy situation, or will this be the perfect marriage in heaven, per se, if you will? But I do think it's going to be Mike McCarthy, unequivocal, because, hey, if I'm Jerry Jones and I'm looking around and I brought you in here and everything and I'm losing my best play caller, the young Skywalker, if you will, of play calling, who can go down here and coach for 4 years and come back to the league as a head coach and still not be 50.
Right.
I need you to come through and do what you did. Show me Mr. Analytics. It's kind of where I would be at that point.
Buckle up, Cowboys Nation.
No, you and McCarthy shook hands, though.
Like I said, we shook hands and we're cool, but I don't trust you, bro. I don't trust you,
So like you shook him at one end, but your fingers are crossed at the other. Like,
have a hand on the pistol,
cool.
hand on the pistol, just in case, man. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know, man. I just seen what he's done thus far, and play calling with oh man, here we go.
Yeah, honestly,
but the offensive coordinator is always the scapegoat in Dallas, and so if things fall short, it's going to be on Mike McCarthy. So
for sure, no, unequivocally, it'll be very, however, it's funny because everything kind of fell short on Dak for a long time, even when Kellen Moore was the offensive coordinator. Right. Once Dak left, then Kellen Moore started getting a lot of hate all of a sudden. Right. Because before him, we're like last year, Jason's holding Kellen back. Right. Jason's holding Kellen back. And then whenever Jason was coming, I was like, hey, man, I don't call the plays. We were like, oh, look at you, Jason. You're throwing Kellen underneath the bus all of a sudden. Right. And then we're like, no, really. He calls the plays. And then, the crazy thing to me that I heard, and then we talked about this yesterday, Spoon, whether you agree with this or not, I completely hate this take, by the way. Jerry said, well, we've had to rein in Kellen because we wanted to protect the defense some. I'm like, so y'all say don't go attack and score as many points to your kid because you want to keep the defense off the field. And as the GM, you're on an open mic and you're saying this to everybody else in the whole wild world. I get it. You're trying to give the rub to Kellen a little bit, but boy, that's a terrible thing to say to me.
How do we get rid of this Jerry Jones radio show? Like, we need to.
Oh, you can't.
God, it's just like,
I mean, not to be morbid, not to be morbid, but when he goes to the other side, it'll just be the Stephen Jones show then.
And here's the thing: I'd rather Jerry Jones show than Stephen. You know why? Because at least, yeah, I don't want no Stephen Jones show. I mean, at the end of the day,
Stephen ain't gonna take no radio. He'll do a podcast, man.
Yeah, he lies. I mean, he lies. He telling you he's lying. He lies.
Well, is it lies or is it just coach speak, aka GM speak?
Here's the thing: when it comes to Jerry Jones talks the talk. He's not afraid to tell you like it is on TV. You know, he's not afraid to be out there. Stephen lies, just lies. Period. That's what he's good at. You know, and then on top of that, you sell us a dream. Just like the article that came out about the draft picks. Well, like, you know, not to disrespect the players like Xavier Woods. Oh, he could do this for us, that for us, X, Y, and Z, and we're like this. So when is the breakout season? When is it? Is it coming up? You know, but meanwhile, you're trying to trade for safeties.
Right.
Your safeties are great though.
Well, I mean, he's doing what he's doing.
That's all that matters. That man lies. At the end of the day, listen, to kill a Jerry Jones show, you're gonna have to walk through fire, right? Swimming past the sharks, jump out the pool, right? Now you're gonna have hyenas run after you. You gotta outrun them, and if you press that button, you have a shot. Meaning no shot. It's never gonna happen.
All right. Well, let's and then before we pivot to the next, how much time you got left there, Tuck? Let me know real quick.
I'm good.
Oh, you're good. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll keep rocking it because I got a couple more things. Just hit me on the side whenever you're ready, and we'll shut it down. All right, here we go. So before we pivot to the next one more time, shameless plugs, guys. Man, we got to pay these bills at some point. Hey, everybody on Facebook, appreciate y'all rocking with us, all of us. On YouTube, though, Star King Podcast, man, go sub, go hit that notification button. Also for our guy, Jay Tuck, who just broke the 500 a couple weeks ago. Just broke the 500 sub list.
Appreciate
CFO Cowboys fans only. Over there, sub and hit that button as well, too, man. Help grow the brands. Help. If you enjoy what we're doing, man, just go ahead and hit them. All thing you got to do, hit them subs buttons. We love y'all.
I just tag you guys on Twitter, man. It's got me a new racing chair because I know for these long all-season nights we're gonna be going through this all season. I gotta get comfy, man.
Indeed. I got something working in the house here before too long. I mean, I love being outside and everything, but you know, it is what it is. But with that being said, now guys, I don't know if y'all took a look or not. Don't know, because so we talked about before this game. For the Eagles game, so we had to have 2 turnovers. So we ended up with 3. Right. The 2 mattered. The third one was a throwaway kind of. Right. But either way, I said we had to have at least 2 turnovers. And then shout out to Randy Gregory as well. Let me go ahead and drop this nugget. The first player to have 1.5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles of the pass defense since. Anybody know? Play for Pittsburgh. Anybody know? Mr. Harrison. Mr. James Harrison, the first defender since James Harrison to have 1.5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and a pass defense. Shout out to he might be an ugly baby, but he's our baby, Randy Gregory. Right. But with that being said, with the 10 turnovers the past 3 games, man, we are sitting 5th in the league in turnovers. If we happen to finish in the top 10 in turnovers, is the first time since Spoon, what was that? What'd you hit me with? 06, 09, somewhere around? Yeah, over a decade, right? Over almost 15 years since we finished in the top 10 of turnovers. Y'all know where this is going. Y'all know where this is going. Well, hey, Mike Nolan, ladies and gentlemen, is it a reprieve status coming, or is he still got to get up out of here, Spoon?
I think he'll end up staying, but just not in the same title. I could see them, coming out just to make it look good. And if George Edwards wants to stay, he will be the defensive coordinator. But Mike Nolan got some input. They got to still work together and things like that. It's the one thing that we can definitely see is that guys came back healthy, and for the first time, for the last 3 games, they played together. All throughout the season, the defense wasn't playing together. You had a lot of guys in and out hurt. We had we're like the most in the league with guys on IR. So it's been bad this year. So the first time we have everybody playing, the depth has been crazy, and these guys are performing. They're playing good football. So the way I look at it right now, I don't see him really getting that exit.
Okay, well, Mike Nolan's future there, Jay Tuck.
Yeah, I don't see the Cowboys moving on from him per se. Like I said, like Spoon just said, man, I think he'll just be demoted to a different position, new title. They'll put him up there in the booth, kind of like the Monty Kiffin treatment. He'll sit up there in the press box and call plays from up there and kind of like an advisor. But I think we'll bring an in-house defensive coordinator to help with this defense, someone that Mike McCarthy is familiar with. Because I feel like even though we've had turnovers that you mentioned, Knicks, our defense still hasn't been playing great. I mean, the yards were still there. I mean, it was all there on Sunday. Luckily, the Eagles just hit a halt, but I don't feel like there's been a drastic improvement besides the turnovers when it comes to this defense. Maybe communication has been a lot better, but that's going back to what Spoon said, getting healthy, getting some of these guys who played, Cheeto, Anthony Brown, some of those guys back, it's helped with the communication issues that we were seeing earlier in the season. But thinking about the very first drive, the Eagles ran the ball right down our throat, then they came right back out and struck us for 83 yards with Deshaun Jackson. So there's still issues there. So I would say just a demotion for Mike Nolan. Now, me personally, I'm saying, bro, just pack up and go. But that connection that him and Mike McCarthy have, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I think from the outset, as we talked about this, I always said I felt like it was going to be a shift in-house. I thought it was going to be Mike Nolan being designated to a different position. Don't know if it would be per se a demotion, but he's just going to go to a different position. And I thought George Edwards, Mike Zimmer, right? He's been with Mike Zimmer for some years now up in Minnesota, familiar with running the 4-3, right, as Zimmer has been doing. I kind of feel like that would be the move. But, these Joneses, man, we can talk about, it was a bunch of backups over there in Cincinnati, and we can talk about it was Nick Mullins, if you will, and it's a rookie guy starting, his third game and everything. And boy, if they go up here to New York and win the game and get into playoffs, and my goodness, if you happen to beat Tom Brady and the Bucks, and man, all of a sudden I'm like, I don't know, because again, he's Mike McCarthy's homeboy, and they can point and say, look, man, we got this thing turned around. He started in the booth, and then he came down the field, then he scaled the defense back what he wanted to run, and then he got the guys comfortable, and we got rid of the dead weight. They started to turn to the corner. I think all bets are off. I still think there's going to be a move. But, man, I'll tell you what, I will say this. I lean towards there's going to be a move. But I'm telling you now, I'm to the point I don't know, or rather, I will say it won't shock me if they say, nah, he's good. Right? Killenmore's out the building. We're going to keep some stability. We're going to keep Mike Nolan there. We got to show him some things on the offensive side. Y'all saw what Nolan did the last part of the year, pointed some different things and say, we're fine. So, as staunch as I was about Mike Nolan moving on, I'm going, even though I can tell you about, and look, take the line from D-Law. Well, we've been playing out with Dak for X amount of weeks. What does it matter?
Right.
And they're all NFL caliber players, and that's going to kind of be the trend that they talk about. And look, and the caveat as well, the thing that we talked about going into this game, right, is running quarterbacks have hurt us. Running quarterback hurt us for the first couple of drives. Mike Nolan said, "Hey, CJ Goodwin, man, just line up and just run up and follow him." And he did say. The one thing I'll say, unlike the previous defenses have been here, he has adjusted on the fly this year. Right. Things are culminating in the right way for a chance to finish 5-2, no matter what. So yeah, I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna put it out there. I haven't seen anybody else really say it. I'm not going to be shocked that Mike Nolan's the defensive coordinator here next year.
Right.
I'm not going to be at all.
I'll say this, though. But if we come out and Jason Garrett cooks this defense on Sunday, I think Jerry will be like, nah, you got to go, bro.
Yeah. It's contingent. It is definitely contingent.
He's fought a lot harder for his job. So I feel like he's there. But like you said, Nick, if we're able to beat the Giants, we make the playoffs, and our defense plays well, and we beat Tom Brady, I think he's definitely going to be safe for the most part. So it just depends. He's on that same plan that Cowboys fans try to put Dak Prescott on. Can you win a playoff game? Can you win a Super Bowl? I mean, you can keep your job. So
on top of that, though, sometimes it's they want the coaches to cook the dinner, but maybe the groceries they're shopping for are spoiled food.
Right.
And what I mean by that is that you got to have the right type of players on the team, and
and that's his fault. Look, and let's hang that on him. He tried to install a multiple defense over Zoom and not really go get the players that he needed to do this. So yeah, there was a problem that he created. Now we can maybe say it's a problem he created, but maybe a problem he solved within the season.
Right,
but
the Stephen Jones got to we got to when it comes to the person in charge of getting the players, the type of players you need, he didn't do that at all. He didn't really do that. So that's like, for instance, we saw Jordan Lewis play some safety last week. I mean, hey, great adjustment. I loved it. We didn't miss a beat. He
was playing safety whenever DJX got the touchdown.
Right?
No. I'm sorry. Not the touchdown. The pass interference. Excuse me.
Right.
The pass interference.
Hey, I would take a player who's playing a position he don't normally play, but makes one mistake over somebody who's making mistakes after mistakes after mistakes and have the craziest comments. I would take that.
Well, he didn't practice today, Spoon. You cool, bro. Just relax, man.
Yeah, what didn't practice?
Oh, we good then. I'm good.
Nah.
All right,
so my God.
We are straight. We are
straight. But the tag team champs are good, and then all of a sudden it's y'all in the barbershop. Oh my goodness. Listen, we could be the tag team champs here, and BJ, you could be any manager you want. The thing is this: what we got in common, the tag team champs, is we want some players and we want some ballers here, and that's it. We there's no time for give this guy 3 or 4 years to mature and whatnot. Nah, we need guys who can become dogs. Donovan Wilson. Do you see what that guy's doing with his opportunity?
It feels weird having a Donovan Wilson back there. I still haven't gotten used to it yet.
Yeah,
well, it's almost like he keeps doing well. You're like, all right, is this bubble going to pop? Are we still good? And then the next week it's again and it's again and it's again. You're like, at what point do you get to be like, okay, this is just Donovan Wilson and we're kosher? I feel that suck, dude. I feel that.
Even when he got the penalty for the late hit, I'm like, oh, I'll take it, bro.
Listen, the play that Deshaun Jackson beat out, it was Cheeto for the touchdown. If you look at the coverage, Donovan, I'm not even mad about Donovan Wilson. End of the day, he was reading what Jalen Hurts was going. Jalen Hurts just made a great read and got off the read and went off to Deshaun Jackson. That's all it was. But Donovan Wilson, using that instinct, he had to make a choice. He says, is it going deep or is it going to Hurts? And he read it as going to Hurts. But let's just say if Hurts would have threw it to Hurts. If Wilson was there, Wilson, in my opinion, would have made a play on that ball. His instinct, he has the instincts. The other guy, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, Spoony, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's that. But now let's pivot that to the next thing, and we're talking about how Nolan tried to build this thing as we're going to build off of Nolan and where he's going to be next year. And he tried to overnight turn this into a multiple defense through Zoom and all these other things. I mean, one of the things that me and Tucker talked about beforehand, Spoon, is, I mean, we're losing players this year, right? I mean, let's kind of name these guys on defense that if they're not starters, they're big key contributors, right? So let's start in the secondary. First and foremost, we're talking about Cheeto. We're talking about Jordan Lewis. We're talking about Xavier Woods. I'm sorry. Gotta say him. Yeah. Woods. Okay. All right. We're talking about Sean Lee, right? We're talking about Crawford. We're talking about Randy Gregory's a free agent, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or did he? Is he okay? Gregory, Alden Smith, okay. Antoine Woods. You know, I mean, there's a lot of pieces here, and you got to pick and choose. I thought I did, but if not J. Lou, if I didn't, J. Lou. No, you're good. So I mean, there's a lot of pieces here that you're going to lose, even if now again, we're saying we're best as a 4-man front, and you're losing all these pieces, or you got to pick and choose who you're bringing back, right? And to flip that thing, that's why I'm pretty staunch on the idea they want to stay in a 4-man front and kind of build off of that. So with those 8 to 10 guys that we're losing, who are you bringing back? Who do you think they're bringing back? Who are the must three? How about three? I'll give y'all three out of the guys that are leaving. What are the must three guys that are leaving this team next year that you're bringing back to this active roster?
Yeah, I think Randy Gregory for me is first and foremost. Then I think Alden Smith does come back, and then Cheeto.
You think they'll be able to get Alden Smith back in the building?
Yeah, I think Alden Smith because his his leverage kind of died down this season. He started off hot, but he kind of trended downward. Like he's
if he wants, and let's remember this. So let me pivot and be devil's advocate a little bit now. Right in the multiple defense, he was, as Spoonie brought up earlier in this show, doing his thing. Right. Well, if we're going to say in that 4-man front, maybe he's not feeling that, and somebody in that other front is willing to give him that bread to go over there.
That's true.
It's the only thing where I'm worried a little bit.
But do you think teams are really going to give him the bread that he's still kind of a risk? I mean, granted, he has.
I mean, even in his downtime, he scooped and fumbled. Fumble and housed it.
Right. So I think
it's tough.
I think we.
You still think we'll keep on? Okay.
Yeah,
look, y'all know me. Week 2. Hey, week 2, I was like, man, Alden Smith, give him a contract now. I've been on Alden Smith on that front, but I don't know, Spoonie. So you got Gregory, Alden Smith, and Cheeto.
Right.
Okay. Who you got? Who you got?
Same three. Same three. When you resign Cheeto, it helps you not have to reach out for a corner in the draft in the first round. You go after Gregory and Alden Smith. You don't got to touch no defense, no pass rush. You have a lot of that. You just need your defensive tackles guys, your depth guys. As far as the other guys leaving, I don't think it's a big loss because also like what you say with Xavier Woods and Jordan Lewis. Remember, we still got Reggie Robinson. We still don't know what's going to be his position. Is he either a safety or is he a corner? Now let's just say he's corner. Signing Cheeto for 1 year would definitely help develop. And then when Cheeto goes, Robinson will be a guy. So I don't think it's a big loss, but definitely Alden Smith. Well, more of Randy Gregory because he could play either 4-3 or the 3-4. Again, we don't know what Alden Smith really desires. Does he really want to play the 3-4 defense, or does he just want to come back and play for his team? And on top of that, when it all boils down to it, listen. End of the day, the secondary, we have the depth. Chris Westry, I mean, we still got him. Don't know what they're going to do with him, but you still got him. So secondary is not the big. Don't worry about the front. You fix that front, everything will pan out in the back end.
Yeah, I think unequivocally, without being said, by a country mile, if you will, it's Randy Gregory. By a country mile, it's Randy Gregory. Number 2, and I've beaten this table for about even before he got back on the field. I'm bringing Cheeto back. I've been a big Cheeto guy. Absolutely. I think. Look, if I get him for the right 2-year deal, I'm bringing him back for 2 years.
Right. That's fine.
If I get him for the right 2-year deal, but I'm one. But 1 to 2, 1 year proven deal, or a good solid 2-year deal. I'm okay with Cheeto coming back in the fold here.
Right.
I am. I think Alden Smith's out the door, guys. I mean, me personally, yes, I would love to have him back. But I don't think he's going to be here. I think he's done enough to go get more money somewhere else. And I'm gonna project and say I think we're going to stick in the 4-man front. And I think Woods matters more to this defense than Alden Smith. So Antoine, not Xavier, Antoine. So I think, come on, man, Xavier, come on, thank you. We
on that heart attack,
bro. We wish you well. We wish you well in your future endeavors, Xavier. Do your thug dizzle. That's fine. But for me, it's Cheeto, Gregory, and Woods. I think those are the big 3 for me. Gregory above all, but I think Cheeto and Woods are the big 3 that I want to bring back here. Out of everybody that is leaving, I definitely Antoine Woods. Let me say that clear for everybody in the back. Not Xavier. And number 99, the big body who has to miss the rest of this season. Right. The best thing that we have to a one technique, maybe a little undersized, but yes, Antoine Woods, defensive tackle. Antoine Woods, Chidobe Awuzie, and Randy Gregory by a country mile. Look, now if we're able to sneak Alden Smith in this thing, hey guys, you're not going to get any complaints from me whatsoever. But I just think he's going to be on it. And look, I'll even double it down on this. Even if he was in the mix and you're telling me I have Gregory, I have Cheeto, I can only get one more, I think I would take Woods, guys. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah,
I think I'll take Woods.
I was going to ask, do you think Aldon Smith's early success is what led to Bradley and I not getting as many reps early?
Because
I felt like that was the kind of guy who was in the way pretty much with Aldon Smith.
Yeah, but hell, which I can buy that. But Gregory wasn't even back yet.
That's true. He wasn't.
So Gregory wasn't even back yet. And then we could say, well, we pivoted from the multiple because it was too complex or not enough time. So we went back to the 4-man front. Right. And even still, we haven't found a way. I mean, Francis Bernard, again, who was his teammate, undrafted, has found his way to have more defensive reps this year on the field than Bradley and I. And it's just one of those things. To me, Bradley and I is this. Bradley and I, to me, is Donovan Wilson his rookie year. I pinged the table. I talked to Brian Broaddus even about, about week 10, week 11 when I tweeted at Broaddus at that time. Mm-hmm. And I said, hey, Donovan Wilson, what is up? And at that point in time, he responded to me and said, man, unless there's major injuries, you're not going to see him this year. And that's even with Heath getting hurt that previous year. And we had another injury at safety, and we still never saw him. And I think this is kind of the same thing with Bradley and I, is there's just not been enough injuries or whatever. Maybe next year he'll get the Wilson treatment and we get to see him next year, perhaps. Right. But I'm with you. I mean, here's the thing you're doing, Tuck, and I completely, because, man, we're all throwing something at the damn wall to try to figure out why in God's green earth we have not seen this kid get an opportunity. It just doesn't really add up.
Not even special teams, man. He's just inactive.
Right. just out of there.
I feel like it's just a waste of a football player, personally, man. Let me ask you this. So what is the thing for preseason next year? Are we getting preseason games? Is it one game or do they cut it?
Well, yeah. Well, no, because we're going to 17. No, yeah, we're going to 17 games next year.
Right.
And I think we pivoted from the 4 games to 2, right?
2. Okay.
Right? It's only 2 preseason games moving forward. And if you play in the quote unquote Hall of Fame game, you get 3.
Right. Okay.
Is what it is now.
Which they may give it to us. They may give it back to us. We didn't have it last year.
Yeah, I think Bradley and I was one of those guys who really would have benefited from having a preseason.
Throw Robinson in there too. I agree with you. Well. Yeah, I agree with you. I think preseason. I don't know about you guys. I don't know about everybody here's in the chat. For me, and another thing that I've always said on this channel is that, man, I am a huge lover of preseason because it gives guys opportunities and reps. Period, point blank. And you just put these coaches underneath the gun when you don't get these guys, and people say, oh yeah, regular football matters more, so on and so forth. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but at the end of the day, these guys, without a true farm system like MLB and the NBA has, without a true farm system, these games just mean a ton, man. Especially when you got a backup quarterback. Look, be clear, there's no Tony Romo without preseason.
Right.
There's not. There's no Miles Austin without preseason.
Right.
I mean, there's just certain guys that you look, even the Jay Ratliff that we took in the 7th round, low key without preseason, there's not a Jay Ratliff. And so yes, I agree, Tuck. The Bradley and Nas, the Reggie Robinsons absolutely suffered. Preseason matters a ton, and I know the casual fan overall says, I don't care about these preseason games. I watch all of them. I love all of them. Even before I was doing these shows and everything else, I was about preseason because I knew that's how you were able to build your depth and what you knew you had in the wings in case somebody got hurt. And it matters. As of now, when you don't have these same type of games or a multitude of games, well, you hope, you wish, because at the end of the day, they're going to do the same thing. You're going to play one game. First string's going to get 1 or 2 runs.
Right.
Then you'll play all the backups. And then you get the dress rehearsal. That's how I look at it. And you're going to have 3/4 of the starters or half of the starters and whatever. So it's going to be harder for these guys that are not drafted or that are picked 4th round and under to really have the opportunities to come through and do what they have to do. I get it. It's about money, right? Yeah, I mean, for sure. And you want to get your dollars up, and you want the players to get paid, and by switching to this, there is more money in the pot for these players that we talk about. I will always bang the table for players getting paid. I'm about millionaires versus billionaires. Sorry, that's how I'm built. But the only thing that hurts is even take a guy that doesn't make the team all of a sudden because of 2 games. There's not enough tape for him to catch on with somebody else, because it's not always in preseason about what you're doing for that team, but it's about what you put on tape for the other team. Right. So, look, I get it. Sure, it's going to be more exciting. Now we're going to block play. You'll never be 8-8 again, guys. There's that. For Cowboys Nation, we will never be 8-8 again. Period. That era is over, right? We got to get used to the 10-7s, the 7-10,
right?
What we got 9-8s. Oh, we got the 9-8s cooking now. We got 8-9s cooking now. It's going to be a little bit.
It's so funny, like hearing all these 10-win teams competing to get the playoffs this Sunday. I was like, 10 wins, y'all still got it.
Right, it's good now, but the following year, we're like, oh my god, and look, it's going to add more drama to the playoffs, even as we're seeing with a 16-game season with the 10-win teams over there, where we got 5 different AFC teams battling for basically 3-4 spots. Somebody's going to be the outskis. Yeah, NFC is a little bit different. Whatever, that's fine. We're on a down year,
right?
But again, I don't care. They could have won the 70 games and they could have just bumped down the preseason. How about this? Bump it from 4 to 3. Let me make sure that I get all these guys that were in college that were drafted very late or free agents, because we're talking about over 100 colleges for 32 teams to make these squads to go out here and perform and give tape. And again, I will pound the table going forward anytime I get a chance that somebody wants to talk about this on air. If this is going to be the way, the future, then the NFL has to find a way. Forget whatever the XFL is doing now, the rock bottom and everything else. They have to find a way for spring football and start developing a minor league system, because there's too many guys. For the guys out there who have played college football, understand exactly where I'm coming from. There's not enough opportunities for the amount of players that can play in this league that just need the opportunity. And those are the things that got to happen.
Right.
Sorry, I was on a rant there. My bad, guys.
There you go.
I'm passionate about preseason football.
I love preseason, man, because those are the people who's trying to really make the team, man. So, like, when you get to those third quarters, man, it's just smash mouth because they're putting it all on the line. Like, this is it. And so, but it gives you the opportunity to see those players, like, Donovan Wilson, Tony Romo, like you mentioned, all these players that I mentioned, it's because of preseason. I feel like this year we didn't get to see a lot of these guys because we didn't have a preseason. So,
yeah, listen, and at the end of the day, just like Michael Vick just put out there, all the injuries we had, why? Because there's not enough conditioning, and preseason is part of conditioning. End of the day, like I said, you know what you got on the team. You don't want to let a gem go. How do you know what a gem is? By practice? That's not going to tell you much. You want to see how he performs against the opposing teams, how he performs with game situations on the line. Those are the things you want to see. Donovan Wilson had 4 interceptions. He had 1 in every game preseason. This is what hyped him up by the fans to get playing time. And this is why we got so excited when we saw him play this year, because the same guy we saw in preseason, the potential is right there. This guy could be a star in this league the way he's going. And, it's no mistake about the way he played in college. They call him the mini honey badger, in his sophomore year until he got hurt in his junior year. But end of the day, when we saw him play in a Cowboys uniform, he's getting interceptions, something that we've been lacking for years in that secondary, like especially from the safety spot. This preseason was the reason why he got noticed and why we get so hyped to get this guy playing and why we're excited right now for him. It's really needed. But end of the day, I know a lot of the veteran guys don't like it. Some guys, when they get that money, and
some guys maybe you do correct. Some guys don't need it, but the one thing is true that you rung true there is the only way to get ready to play football is by actually playing football.
Right.
Those are just the facts. And we see a lot more injuries now, and the reason why is because they couldn't go through and play football the right way, and those things matter. If he was playing the game, I don't care what you've done for 6 months. You can't just line up day one to play active live round football and expect to be full tilt. I'm sorry, you just can't.
And that's why you should be concerned about opt-out guys in the draft.
Facts. Those are facts.
Right.
And if you think otherwise, then you never played the game on any level. Period. I'm sorry. I don't care. You didn't play Pop Warner even.
Right.
You just can't do it. I don't care. You can practice for 6 months. The way to get ready in shape to play games is to play games. That's why, if we watch, look, don't believe your guy Knicks. Just go look at the timelines and look at the CBAs as they progress, and as they progress to less padded practice and less contact and everything else. You know what you've seen happen in the NFL? More injuries happen and go up. The only way to get ready to play football is to hit and play football. Like I said, I'm not saying you need 4 or 5 preseason games. I think you need 3.
Right.
For sure.
Thank you to Coach Blood aka Dick Vermeil, and also I believe Jim Fossil. Those were the two big name coaches back then when during the CBA negotiation, guys would complain about how they practice. I know Dick Vermeil with the Rams, he would do the 2-a-days. Again, end of the day, that makes you better and more conditioned for the season.
Yep.
You know, it's sad to say when you see. I remember BJ before the season started, you came out and said the injuries. We're going on week 4, week 5.
Yeah.
He had IR.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Right. Yeah, why is that? Because at the end of the day, there was no conditioning. How can you teach from a computer? This is not two-hand touch. See, we're older. We can go outside and do two-hand touch. It's it's different. You got professional.
Maybe we might be okay.
Right. I tell people it's a difference. You can go run on a treadmill all day and be perfectly fine, and then go play a flag football game and see how sore your body is.
Exactly.
I'm like, wait a minute. I just said out on the treadmill, no problems. What's the problem?
Back all tighten up, and everything. It's a different. You're using so many different muscles. You're cutting fast. You're jumping. You're running. You're getting contact. Like you can't simulate that just by working out.
Cannot do it.
You hurting places you didn't know you have. You like, why am I hurting that spot that I never had? That's how.
Big facts. Big facts. All right, guys. One more time. Pay the bills here. We're gonna get to one more. It could be lengthy. We'll see. But we'll get into one more time before we get up out of here. And here we go. All right. Is this but before paying the bills? I got J Tuck, CFL Cowboys fans only. YouTube. Hit that sub. Hit that like. Also, for us over here on the Star Game, me, Spoonie, Mary Ella, who couldn't be here tonight. Star Game Podcast, YouTube. As my hit him, Tuck, down here somewhere. When you go over there to YouTube, somewhere down there. When you go to YouTube, hit that sub, hit that notification button over there for us. Help grow the shows, help do what we do best. Also on Twitter, shout outs. As it says right there on my screen, your _guy_Nicks on Twitter. Man, come holla at me. Spoonie, what are you at Spoonie881? Man, go follow my guy. And J Tuck.
JTuck151 on Twitter.
And he been spicy all damn day on that.
I got up and worked out this morning at 4:00 in the morning, and I let stuff rip soon out the gate, man. As soon as I was out the gate, I let it rip.
I saw that proposal. I was excited. I was like, man,
but I'm gonna bring up what I think the one true key is to this preseason or off season, if you will. I think here's the thing. Here's it doesn't matter. We've talked about draft guys. We've talked about offensive and defensive coordinators, right? We talked about players that are leaving, players that we would bring back, right? We've talked about the evolution and should we keep these guys together and different things. We talked about pieces we could bring in and help this thing. We talked about finishing strong and everything in between. None of it matters. None of it matters if we don't do this day one. There it is. Stop right. Bam. Tuck, I'm gonna let you rip, sir.
Yeah, man. It's the most important thing, man. Is to sign Dak Prescott. Take care of it early. Get it done. Do not franchise tag him. Do not drag this out through the summer. I feel like just not only for Dak's peace of mind, but also for his organization, how this team will be moving forward. If they see that this team has, screwed Dak around, it's going to be hard for teams to come out and want to lay on the line for this organization, to be honest with you. And it's also going to be hard for free agents to want to come and play for the Dallas Cowboys. So I feel like it's very important. Just take care of Dak. You've had, as you said, Nick, he's been in, the facility. So I'm sure they haven't had a conversation, but there's been some type of probably talks and pokes. I feel like the most important thing, as soon as you can, sign Dak, get it taken care of, because you can trade for Quentin Williams. You can do all these different things in the draft. If you don't have that franchise quarterback, none of it means nothing. So, and I know a lot of people are on this hype train about Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton, I'm extremely appreciative of what you're doing right now. Continue to ride this momentum and play well, but he is no Dak Prescott. It's a completely different scenario when we have 4 behind the center. So sign Dak Prescott first and foremost. Actually put your money where your mouth is, Stephen and Jerry Jones, and let's get this thing taken care of ASAP.
Spoonie.
Well, the wig is gone. It's done. Wiggins done is gone. There's no other more quarterback talk or nothing like that. I'm with Tuck. You got to sign Dak. No more distractions. No more trying to boost up ESPN ratings by not signing Dak. We're tired of it. If anything, be more about business this offseason. Be serious. End of the day, the one thing I like about McCarthy is that normally in the past, we're talking about like say the blue and white scrimmage and things of that nature. That's Mike McCarthy not putting a show for everybody to see. He wants it serious. Now I know when we saw the blue and white scrimmage, we was kind of pissed. Like, what did we watch? We didn't watch really nothing, right?
Yeah.
Anything. But that's the key thing. Mike McCarthy wants to keep it serious. He's trying to change. We're tired of trying to look like a circus. Be more of a serious organization. And part about that is taking care of business like the quarterback. Last year it was a circus. Last year it was a lot of short conversation, a lot of lies. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. End of the day, if they really wanted to get it done, they would have got it done. No matter who the agent is. I remember Jerry coming out saying that not one player is bigger than the whole team, which is true. But at the end of the day, when it comes to Dak Prescott, he's not a selfish player. You got players from other teams who have said they will run through a war for Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is very, very, very appreciated around the NFL, very respected by a lot of players. You sign Dak, that would be the key for other players to want to come onto this team because that would show the Cowboys are being serious. And that's the one thing we got to do. We got to stop being a circus thing and try to be number one of ratings about being more talked about. Let's be more talked about by the great moves we've made and not by the bad moves that we've been making. That's the key thing. You got to sign Dak.
Right. And shouts out to my guys from the Late Night Hype. They said something that stuck out to me last night is that contract negotiations isn't really about money. It's about respect. And I feel like when it comes to Dak Prescott, it's about respect, man. Just doing what is right. Because we all know what Dak is worth. We know what he means to this team, this organization, and this league. You know, he's one of the faces of the NFL. Go ahead and take care of it because you don't see this going on with anybody else in the NFL. I can see if the Chiefs were kind of holding back on Pat Mahomes, and then the Texans were kind of holding back on Deshaun Watson, and the Ravens were second guessing about Lamar. No, it's happening with no one else besides the Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott. So go ahead, show this man the respect he deserves, take care of it early, and let's get this thing done. I want a nice, quiet offseason, man. I don't want all the noise and pollution. Let's leave that for Philly. They got enough.
Yeah. You know, as it pertains to Dak Prescott I mean,
we need them.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, as it pertains to Dak Prescott or Rain Dakota Prescott, if you will, the one thing that I say is this. I said it for those who are longtime listeners to the Star Game podcast. I all off season I talked about it. I said you don't look. You can franchise other positions. You can, and it's fine. You don't franchise your quarterback. It permeates throughout the building. It just does what it just is. Either he's your guy or he's not your guy. At the end of the day, that's the one position because it's the most important position. Like I said, you only hear about Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence. I promise you, there'll be two more quarterbacks get pushed up this damn board because the most important position is quarterback. It is what it is. And you don't, when you have one of those in-house, you don't play with those things. All right. So no matter what anybody thinks about Dak Prescott, I don't care. Unequivocally, those that are in the know rank him in the top 10. And it's humorous to me. It's about to be another rant, guys. Sorry. It's humorous to me that we as an organization that has been in the Sahara Desert, maybe Moses is leading us, 25 years without an NFC champion. I'm talking about a Super Bowl, guys. I'm not talking about a Super Bowl. I'm talking about just the NFC championship game. I'm going to start naming some teams that have been to an NFC championship game since we've been in one. I mean, hey, let's talk about them Eagles and what they did. If that don't hurt you enough, we can talk about the Bears, right? We can talk about the hated Niners, right? We can talk about the Bucks. I mean, guys, we the Panthers. I mean, the Saints. You know, we can go down this list. Hey, the Falcons.
Right.
You know, I mean, the Seahawks, the Cardinals, old NFC East rival before they split the divisions up, right? The Rams, the Giants. I mean, my goodness. I mean, it's like everybody in the whole NFC, but who? Us damn near. I think the Washington football team, they're the only ones before us.
The Redskins and the Lions. That's it, man.
That's it. And it's like, how are we so privileged to say, man, we got this top 10 quarterback. Let's just get rid of him. He's not good enough. Wow. That's insane to me. So we franchised him. He had to bet himself a second. Now we can talk about negotiations or whatever happened. And Jerry can hit me with the lights on, lights off, whatever he wants to talk about. It's all fodder to me. At the end of the day, you went through what you went through. It is what it is. Your head coach is still that you just brought in, pounded the table beforehand. We had to question it. Even me, I was like, I wish I was a fly on the table because I don't really know because they tagged him. They didn't pay him. Whatever the case is, here we are. And at the very end of the season, we're still hearing the coach talk about what he is in the building, what he's doing, every day being here. If it wasn't for COVID, he'd be on the sidelines.
Right.
All right. We know what he means. We saw when he got hurt around the league, back to Tuck's point, face of the league, and people around the league that said certain things about him, whatever. Hey, be clear. Whenever Denver lost a quarterback, did you hear anybody tweet out, man, that sucks, sorry.
Right.
Pick one of them, any of them.
Right.
Hey, when Garoppolo to the Super Bowl, right? Done been benched out with anybody out here tweeting, talking about him. Hey, Carson Wentz, who got benched in the whole, anybody, Carson keep your head up, any of that kind of stuff.
Right.
So maybe, just maybe, you're not a great evaluator of quarterbacks. That's okay. Not everybody can be great at this thing, and that's fine. But understand what you do have. And as it pertains to what the Cowboys are doing, winning 3 straight, with the opportunity to win 4 straight, whether that gets them to the playoffs or not, I don't care if it gets them to the playoffs. But they win 4 straight, and it matters. You go 5-2 in the last ones. What is the number one thing that you can do out the gate next year? Immediately, your leader's back, and he's signed. Right. Don't sit here, Stephen Jones, and be a coward because you don't want to spend money and hide behind, we're tagging Dak, so we can't spend no money. Don't you dare do that.
Right.
Be responsible as an owner. Well, look, I get it. Hey, y'all been around football. They've been around football, professional football, and doing it longer than us. What do we know? They've been in the pressure cooker the whole 9. They're signing checks. Hey, fair enough. But it's pretty clear where this team is going, right? Because we talk about Mike McCarthy, what was he, 8-8 his first year? Pivoted that thing, and then went to the championship game, 13-3 this following year. You're set up with the 3-headed monster that we saw. Everything that we talked about going through this cast leads all the way back to Dak Prescott, whether y'all want to see that or not. If you sign Dak out the gate, that first year is not going to kill you financially, and it opens up them pockets to go do some. I'm not saying you got to go sign 3 guys on the first 2 days of free agency, but you can sign one. Hello, Justin Simmons. Or you can take, like my guy Tuck says, trade a first and a third and go get a Quentin. Well, damn. Look at there. You got a 23-year-old Quentin on defensive tackle, and you got a 24-year-old Justin Simmons that set you to go with Wilson. Man, I don't really give a damn what you. Oh yeah, and the quarterback said, "Yeah, I don't really give a damn what you do with the rest of the draft. I mean, I care,
right?
But low key, you fixed 3 major holes with doing nothing.
Right?
It is very simple. I look and look. Take Simmons off the board. Simmons is my guy. Take Simmons off the board. Let it be. Look, Edwards is going to be the defensive coordinator we talked about being. Go get Anthony Harris. He pairs perfectly with Donovan Wilson. Hey, go get a Keon O'Neal, who's probably going to be out in daggum Atlanta. He pairs well because he's a center fielder with Donovan Wilson. It's fine. Go get that guy because he's not in this draft.
Right.
Take your chips, push them all the way in, and low-key, it starts with Rain Dakota Prescott.
Right.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't give a damn what Dalton's doing. I appreciate you. You know what Dalton's doing? What a capable backup quarterback is supposed to do in this league. Salute. You got a 3-headed monster out there, wide receiver. You got a couple of good damn backs. Offensive line isn't great, but you're doing the best you can. And look, in between all this thing, then we found out that, hey, Dalton Schultz, kind of a player.
Right.
Even a nice little cut block down the field whenever CeeDee Lamb was running. He does a lot of things.
Right.
Hey, You got a two-headed monster, maybe even a tight end. If Jarwin can stay healthy, remains to be seen. Right. But if Jarwin goes down, Schultz can carry the weight.
Right.
You're getting your offensive line back. Go get the unequivocal leader of this team. Solidify this thing because the offense is set. Take your assets at that point. You don't even have to have a top 5 defense with what this offense can do. With Dak and those people in the building, if you get a midline defense from where we're at now, look around in the NFC, guys.
Right.
It's not hard. With the opposite we can put on the field, it's not that hard. But if you play around and you do the media back and forth and you want to hide behind it and do this, you literally have an opportunity. Y'all keep talking up there in Dallas.
Right.
Jerry don't have much time.
Right.
We know he does. He's getting old. There's not really a much better time as you're seeing what this team is doing and reacting to this new head coach. Yes, it's going to suck boots to the Kellen Moore, understandably.
Right.
But there's not much better time where this offense is situated to go make a couple moves. And look, Steven, we know you. The one thing we can say about Steven is we know he's not allergic to making trades. Pulled the trigger for Amari, pulled the trigger for Quinn, tried once for Minka Fitzpatrick, tried 2 times for Jamal Adams. So he ain't allergic. He ain't scared to trade. He might be scared to go sign people in free agency. He's not scared to trade, which gives me more hope of forget these safeties that could sign. They probably won't do it. But when I think about Quentin Williams and the things that he likes to do, he likes to trade.
Right.
So be it. Even if you just go add a Quentin Williams, give it a first and a third, and look, your guy Nix is crazy. Look, I'm getting on my spoonie. I'll give a first, third, and a fourth.
Right. Be done with
to solidify that defensive tackle position and then go draft the rest. How much better position you in? But it all starts and ends with Rain Dakota Prescott. And if you don't get that shit situated out the gate, guys, we're going to be sitting back here and like, well, if we would have signed him earlier, we could have did this, we could have did that, and we'll be doing the same thing next year, man.
My biggest fear is that it's June and we're sitting on one of these late night Star Game podcasts talking about Dak. We didn't get a Dak deal done. I don't want to hear no excuses. I don't want to hear nothing about no fax machine. I don't want to hear nothing about he's a franchise quarterback of the future. I don't want to hear none of that. And honestly, if I'm Dak Prescott, I wouldn't want to hear none of that. Like, honestly, but I know Dak, and the reason why they're able to do it, and I saw someone say this on Twitter as well, all contract negotiations with the Dallas Cowboys have gotten nasty, and the players have gotten nasty back in order for things to move. Like we even talked about Zach Martin. Zach Martin said, I'm not showing up to practice until I get my damn deal done. Right? Des Bryant said, all my babies, I'm not showing up. But Dak Prescott just isn't that guy, and they're playing his kindness for weakness. Dak Prescott needs to take his ass to Cabo for a little bit and say, I'm cool.
Well, my favorite story about Dez when he was going through his contract negotiation was him and Jerry got together. They were walking on the field, and Dez looked at him and said, this is straight from Dez's mouth. Dez said, Jerry, could you guard me? He's like, well, no, of course I couldn't. He goes, then why would I negotiate with you?
Right. Right.
You business. Yeah. Hey, it's two different things. Right. You can't just get me on this field and make me feel some type of way and just think I'm going to sign off on something.
Right. Respect that. And at the end of the day, when it all boils down to it, like I said, if you ever want to get better, we can make one big leap going forward by signing Dak. If we don't sign Dak, we're going 10 steps backwards. And my thing is that you're wasting the talent. See, we got a guy like CD Lamb. We was blessed to have to get him where we got him at. We was blessed. You got to when you see opportunities like that, you got to take care of the business. And at the end of the day, Stephen Jones, and I'll be very honest, poor job, very poor job. Yeah, you got Amari Cooper. Yes, you offer trades for Jamal Adams and there wasn't good trades. Not no disrespect. You were just trying to get over, like Monopoly. That's what you was doing. But end of the day, it's like Chuck said earlier with the PS5. If you want it and you have a certain limit you want to spend, but if you have to go,
also you're not wrong. QBs don't really hold out. You're not wrong.
I'll get that question here in a second.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, that's not true. That is not.
Hit him.
Peyton Manning and Michael Vick the same year. They were on the tag. none of them went to meetings and camps. They set the market up during when they got paid in June. Now, as far as hold out during hold out during the year, barely nobody holds out. The only guy that really holds out during the whole year was Vincent Jackson, who was from the Chargers. Then he went out to the Buccaneers. He was really the only. Oh, and Le'Veon Bell. Those are the only two notable guys who held out the whole season. But if we're talking about like what Tucker was saying was Des Bryant and Zach Martin. They didn't go to no camp at all until they got paid. Dak Prescott will come to camp and still do what he got to do. But at the end of the day, like I say, he deserves not to. Right. He can go to camp, but he deserves not to. Listen,
right. if he's in because quarterbacks don't hold out, but teams don't franchise their franchise quarterback. Franchise quarterback. So you're forcing Dak to act. If I'm Dak Prescott, you're forcing me to act this way, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not me. It's not I'm being selfish. You guys are forcing me to act this way because you're constantly moving the goalpost and making me bet on myself. We all do the same thing in our day jobs. You know? So
and if a quarterback is not if a franchise quarterback, big name guy, has not held out because he got paid.
Yeah, and to keep it clear, I don't want to hear like, oh, we were almost right there and time ran out. When you hear about time ran out on a quarterback,
right?
What are we really doing? Like, forget this again. Back to this, Jerry. The lights on, lights off. When I'm negotiating, the lights are on. Then the light. No, stop being stupid.
Right.
Go pay your guy and be done. Look, here's my thing. Again, y'all know me. I'm the rip the Band-Aid guy. Stop playing with me.
Right.
If you're not going to sign him, then
let him go.
Get him up out of here.
Right.
And then let's figure out the next thing, because no matter what it is, even when the Romo and the Dak thing was said, I said, man, hey, look, I'm Team Romo, I'm Team Dak, but I'm star over everything. And at the end of the day, the star means everything. Look, if he's not going to be the guy here as much as I want him to be the guy here, and I think a top 10 quarterback, obviously should be the guy here, they don't grow on trees.
Right.
Then so be it. Then move on and stop with the BS. Stop BSing and figure it out and go get your guy, whoever that may be. It's fine, and it's just, I mean, he bet on himself the following year. He bet on himself on the if they the franchise tag, and finally, his luck ran out. He bet on himself twice, and the luck ran out.
Because here's what I'm saying with that, Nix. If I say, all right, we made the Amari Cooper bet this year, right, and then next year I said bet it back, right. And then you win. And then in the next year, I say, bet it back. What am I ultimately wanting? I want eventually for you to fall through and lose. That's what the Cowboys are doing.
Yeah, because you're at the crap table. You're going to crap out.
Run it back. Franchise tag them. Okay, play on your franchise tag. Play again. All right, do it again.
And my biggest thing was, I said, look, don't think this don't play out in the locker room. Y'all paid the wide receiver, not the quarterback.
Right.
Meanwhile, in Minnesota, the wide receiver had something to say about the quarterback. They shipped his ass up out of there and give the quarterback another bag. Right. By the way, that said wide receiver leads the league in receiving yards going into week 17 in Stephon Diggs.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, so, I mean, that just plays out. Look, if I'm sitting on this team, right, even, how about this one? I'm Dak. I'm sorry, I'm Zeke. And I'm like, look, not that I ain't got no love for Amari, but I'm like, shit, y'all give Amari the bag, tag Dak.
Right.
Even though maybe I jumped ahead of Dak and caused him not to get paid first, right?
Right.
But I'm playing hard. Then Dak gets hurt.
Right.
Look, they're still humans.
Right.
Man, it still affects them. It
Right.
still feels. I was like, damn, my dude went down. He didn't get paid, but they paid Amari over here. Damn, I done got my paycheck. Like, damn, I know Dak's good. Like, what are we really doing here? I got this new coaching staff here. Like, all these things play in your head no matter what until you buy in.
Right.
Until that coach gets into a certain way.
Like you said, Nix, why do you think everyone around just sports was so emotional about this? Because we know we've been jerking this kid around. That's why. It wasn't just because we are the Dallas Cowboys, one of the most hated franchises on the planet, and then our quarterback goes down, but everyone's heart goes out for him. That doesn't make sense. It's because we know the type of person he is, and we know what he deserves, and that's why everyone is feeling for Dak Prescott. So, like we said, bro, get the deal done. I don't want to hear nothing all season. Like, I personally don't want to hear nothing the Cowboys got to say until Dak Prescott is signed.
Man, say it again. And that's and to me, and that's why I brought it up. I mean, bro, I gotta go ahead and block Mr. whatever he is.
Right.
Let me go ahead and block him real quick. Yeah, get him up out of here. Yeah, cool, bet. But I mean, at the end of the day, too, it's like the biggest key. Look, we have all this momentum in the whole wide world going, right?
Right.
All this momentum. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah. Man, we're out here blocking them ASAP. We're out here blocking them ASAP. Barry, what's going on? Shout out to my guy Barry in the building. Yeah, got to check my guy out. What's the coffee? What we got? Coffee and blunts on deck. Is that what we got on deck? You know, it is what it is. But I mean, again, the whole key. Look. Let's say we get to the. Say we don't get to the playoffs. I don't even want to dive into that. Let's say we go 5-2. We win 4 straight. Right? We have all this momentum, all this great stuff in house. Right.
Right.
And then come at the time it's time to go get Dak done and we play with it. Man, everything that you've done good at the end of this year, everything you've done good at the end of this year, you're going to unravel it.
Right.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it, just for the simple fact that you're playing around with the best with the most important position that there is in football. And I just don't want to see it, man. Yeah. I just don't want to see it. Sorry, y'all, man. Yeah, we got somebody that popped in here. Man, we're blocking them right now. We're getting them up out of here. We're deleting the comments.
His comments.
Yeah. Delete and block all day, every day. It is what it is. But yeah, man, I don't know. At the end of the day, man, what do you do? It's a tough situation. And here's the scary situation, right? Is we have to wait. Right. The league starts sometime around the first week of March, and we'll have to wait, on that end. I'm sure there'll be some stuff that's going to leak out. Some different things are going to happen.
Right.
Then we're going to hear how things are moving or left, right, and third. But we know how that can get twisted in the media as well.
Right.
But, for everything that we have done at the end of this season, even if we get to the playoffs, so we win the game or we don't win the game, whatever the case may be, if you don't handle the Dak Prescott situation, especially now because you're not going to be picking up high or whatever,
right, then
you're going to derail what you're doing. And man, you really just sit here and hope that this front office understands what's at stake here. Man, just hand over when you got a guy in house, man, you just pass the check. Man, put the numbers in. Right. Yeah, I know we wanted 5 years, but you know what? This 4 is fine. Right. And we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Right.
Do you know how easy this should be? Dak's not playing this year, so it's not like you don't want to distract him or anything like that. He's basically just trying to heal up and get better. They know they have the inside track. They got the inside track of how well he's doing, how much he. Hold on a second.
No, you could go ahead. I'm on it. Just go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, he'll they have the inside track. So we all know in the NFL, everybody breaks the rules. We all know that. When you can't talk to about contract at a certain time, everybody does it on the low. You always have a middle person. Tell him I said X, Y, and Z. You mean to tell me Dak Prescott is in the building?
Right.
Just rehabbing, that's it? No.
Right.
They're talking. Right. This whole time they are talking. A number should be put right there. That way, all Steven and Jerry got to do, Steven, is write it up. Come February, when they start doing with the tag, with the franchise tag that week, don't be on that tag that week. Don't be there. You're gonna sign your guy while everybody's watching everybody else get tagged.
Right.
That's what needs to happen. This is easy. Dak hasn't been playing since week 5. He went through his surgery and everything. Now he's in the building almost every day. So in all honesty, what would you do? You work out a contract on a low. Agree on a number. And on top of that, McCarthy, that's your guy. Well, Dak, study this new playbook for next year.
Right.
Those are the things right now that should be happening. If you ain't doing none of it, I'm sorry. It's no good. Good at all.
There shouldn't be no excuse about we just didn't have time. We just didn't have time, Like, nah, there's plenty of time.
Right. Well, how about this one? And here's even the better one. If you were this close at the deadline and time just ran out,
just pick it right back
up. Hell, yeah, right there it is. The deals are done. Right, you already know where it was at. You already had something agreed on.
Right.
No matter what has happened, what has really changed? The guy's already ahead of schedule.
Right.
We already know that. We know what he brought to the table, the whole 9. So you bounce right back, right where it stopped, where you couldn't get it done. Well, we pick up right there. And we move forward, and it shouldn't. And again, here's what we're doing: we're low key preparing ourselves for an issue. And that's what's sad right now.
Because my biggest concern is that they're going to use the injury against him. We kind of wanted to see where he stood with his recovery, and he has some setbacks, and we want to make sure. But Dak's our guy, and I'm not trying to hear none of that. So I pray they do not use that injury against them and whatnot.
I heard Jerry Jones'
because
voice
because it's to the point where we know what our franchise is. Like I think that is. It's like we're talking about trading for Quentin Williams and Justin Simmons. We all just know it's not going to happen. It's just high hope at this point, and so I feel like they're just going to screw this kid around, and they're going to find a way. And I feel like the injury is going to be the way to validate it. We wanted to see where Dak was at, and see if he can come back fully healthy. But we're confident he can lead this Dallas Cowboys team to a Super Bowl. And I never hesitate. Nah, just sign him, bro.
Yeah, they'll hit you with. They're going to hit you with that. Well, we paid him. We put him on the tag for $30+ million last year. He only gave us X amount of games. Blah blah blah. You already know.
It'll be something on the morning show.
So the emotions that we saw on the field the day he got hurt. Normally, when you see other players, you don't really see the management, the family. They were emotional.
Right.
They were emotional. So if he means that much to you, that his worth, stop with the bullshit. Stop.
Right.
Stop with the sale. Listen, we're not stupid. You don't have to have a college degree to understand when you're throwing crazy lines on us.
Right.
Stop selling. Just like Brandon Carr is this guy, this safety. He could do both. He could do it X, Y, and Z. Now I'm like this. I like Brandon Carr, but it's not gonna. Week 3, he's gone.
Right.
That week 3, he's released. What happened? Where was this? What was that? The thing that caught your eye? Why are we not seeing it? Oh, he's done. Right. Stop it already. Just be real. If you don't want to sign him, say he's not my guy. Right. Don't come around. Well, X, Y, and Z. End of the day, you're gonna have to pay. Just like D-Law. D-Law, you wanted to see another year out of D-Law, which you did. Mm-hmm. Okay, you paid him. Yeah, it cost you extra $5 million, but you made your bet lying him. Now with Dak Prescott, don't. Here's another thing. They gotta not be hyped up. Well, look what Andy Dalton did. At the end of the day, let's just be honest. Let's just be very honest. Dak was still doing and staying with the offensive line being down.
Right.
He kept them in the game. Now, these last 4, we gave the playoff at 7 and 9. Don't look at it as if, we don't need that. We got lucky because of the division. It's bad.
Yeah. And of course, and as my guy over here on YouTube is talking about the lunatic, I trust Jerry and Dak. I don't trust Todd France and him starting a new agency. And look, and be clear, right? Because Simmons, Todd France. Yeah. They're both Bud Dupree as well, if I'm not mistaken. All Todd France. The only guy that Todd France got paid last year was Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah. He got paid.
I mean, that's a case in points.
He got paid chump change. He got paid chump change. His was easy, but here's another thing. Now, Todd France is Dak's third agent. My thing is this. They said, I don't know how true it is, but the last minute, Dak wanted to work out the deal. Whatever deal they had in place, he was just too late for him to sign or whatever. My thing is this. If you had a deal in place in the last second, but by NFL rules, you couldn't go through with him, well, that's where you start at. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't go backwards. So you start at, are we still good with this deal?
Right.
And go from there. Now, again, I know how with agents, end of the day, agents compete with each other. They know in that circle who their clients are. So their thing is, well, up your client up, so that way my client can get money. That's how they eat. That's how everybody eats. And I understand it. But a player gotta understand that you are the boss of the agent. Agent ain't the boss. You are the boss. If the agent says, well, I think you should do this, you can say, well, you know what? I want to settle for this to get out the way. The agent does not care if you don't come to camp early. They don't care about anything. All they care about is their pocket. And they compete with their clients against one another all the time. Todd France has four guys this year under the tag. 4. That's a lot. And that's sad. Now, mind you, when it comes to Simmons as a safety, we know how the NFL, some teams don't value them as safeties and X, Y, and Z. Well, hell, the Broncos may not like him. I would love to take him. Right. But at the end of the day, an agent like Todd France, What's he gonna ask for? And that's the key thing. I don't, when it comes to Jerry Jones, knowing the past, he has had issues with certain agents. There's been times where he asked players to, if you get rid of that agent, I would definitely work out a deal with you. And this happened. Right. I definitely, my thing is this: if you're an agent, you don't have your quarterback play under no freaking tag. That's a given.
Well, yeah, and look, and unfortunately, as we're talking about right, and we're talking about how it should be very easy, right? It should be very easy where you almost have the deal done. Let's pick that thing up and let's roll from there. But here's the extenuating circumstances. Well, the tag goes up, so that's going to change some things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's that, right? Then of course they're going to say, well, look, we didn't pay you early, and look how that worked out for Wentz over there in Philly. They're going to use those things. Like people don't, for those that don't understand how business, because this isn't about X's and O's.
Right.
This is business, and it's two separate things. They're going to say, well, look, now you see whatever happened with old Carson Wentz, and he got extended early, boy. Low key, maybe we dodged a bullet. Then they're going to say, yeah, well, the tag went up and everything, but you know what, Dak? You did get hurt finally, right? You finally crapped out. You kept betting on yourself, and you crapped out. Even though we had offered you something. And look, and be clear as it pertains to the numbers. It's not that the Joneses wasn't out. They wanted him for 5. He wanted 4. Low key, it started at Dak wanting 3, and they wanted 7. So it's not like they don't want him. They want him at the years that they want him for a particular reason. And Dak smartly says the best you can get out of me is 4 because I want to double dip with where my age is and where this cap is going. Again, this has nothing to do with on the field. This is business. And I wish a lot of fans really understood there is a different side to this game that is not played on this field, and it's played at the dirtiest of levels, if you want to call it that. But every single thing is brought up. Look, if you listen to Jay with the lights on, lights off thing, there's a lot of things that are within there if you understand the side of the business that he is talking about. And that lights on, lights on, or we're talking to whatever. And basically, I'm telling you, hey, here's the things that we're talking about. I hear you. When them lights go off, he's not trying to hear the things you're talking about, is what he's saying.
Right.
I'm telling you the things that I'm talking about. And that's when the lights on and when we can negotiate to get somewhere. So even though we are, and look, sunshine and rainbows in a perfect world, it should we were right here to having a deal done and time ran out on us. And it should just start right there and get it done. It won't happen because he did get hurt. Because of the Carson Wentz situation, and of course, where the tag is going to be now moving forward. But I will say this, and Tuck, if I'm wrong, if I misquote you here, let me know. And actually, I know for a fact I can quote you on this phone. If he gets tagged the second time, he would not be the guy here.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, that's Stan. That's Stan.
100%. 100%. I don't think he'll sign the tag, but I 100% agree. But here's the thing, going back to that 5th year, the reason why the 5th year works in favor of the team is this. What are the things the NFL teams love to do? We all know that Jones does in the past. When they get into tight money situation or one of these sign players, reconstruct. You never, ever reconstruct a contract of a player or a position that you're not going to have the guy long term. I'm going to use Philadelphia, for example. They reconstruct Alshon Jeffrey, right? A year ago. When they did that, you extended him. So now, when they were giving his contract, it was basically like cheaper to keep him. If you release him, he counts $16 million against the cap. If you release him, but by keeping him, it's only about 10 or 12. That $6 million is a big difference. That is a penalty and will hurt you from doing anything else. The Cowboys always love to reconstruct the offensive line. Why? Because these guys are here for the long run. And they're gonna flip out they did, like Tyron Smith. Tyron Smith got reconstructed 2 times. This is why he got another year under his belt. But at the end of the day, it's not a way it can hurt you. When you a guy like Dak Prescott, he's your guy for 5 years, and he's not going nowhere. You could reconstruct his contract, give him his money through bonuses or whatever, and use the money on other players. That's I understand that. But end of the day, you need your franchise quarterback here. You're gonna have to make it work out some way.
And let's be clear for all the Cowboys fans in the back of the room that say, "Oh, well, just signing, just tag him and trading for 2 picks." It doesn't work that way, guys. It does not work that way. I'm telling you now. Just tag it. Just don't get first round picks or whatever bevy of picks you want. It doesn't work that way because at that point he can be to wherever he wants to go. Like you think you're going to tag him and go get Jacksonville's number 1 overall pick, or tag him and go get the Jets? If you're Dak Prescott, are you going to Jacksonville or the Jets?
Right.
Of course not.
Right.
You got to find a team that wants to give you picks, and you got to find a team that he wants to go to.
You don't understand. Dak is a unrestricted free agent. He's free, and so that's why you have to franchise tag him. That's why you do not let your franchise quarterback get to the end of his contract because he is free. He is free. But yeah, once again, that would be disrespectful, man. Just sign the man. It's really that simple.
Just get it done and get it over with. Let me. I'll tell y'all what. Y'all got a little extra time, real quick.
Yeah.
You got a little extra time. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give me a water. Let me go get me a water real quick. Everybody in the comments, I'll tell you what. Let's open it up for everybody in the comments to fire them questions. Let's answer some questions.
Yeah, let me run to the bathroom.
Let's answer some questions. Yeah, do that. Tim, Mr. Spoonie, hold it down.
Sir.
Talk to the people for a second. We're gonna take a little bit of an intermission, but I see you're good to go. You got an extra out of the gym. So everybody that's got a question and want to comment, man, get that up. We're going to get them up on the screen, and we're going to come back and run through some of your questions, some scenarios, and we're going to run through it. Spoon, hold it down for just 1 second for us and talk to the people.
Don't
go too wild, Spoon.
Yeah. Now, I want to ask this while BJ and Tuck get refreshed. Are we going to win Sunday? Are we making the playoffs? That's my question to everybody here. Are we going to make the playoffs? Do we believe the Eagles going to beat the Washington football team and the Cowboys will beat the Giants? I want to see where everybody feels about that. Because that would definitely be something as far as being the first 7-9 team in the playoffs. Now, in the first round, pretty much it's going to be either the Rams or the Buccaneers. With the Rams, I believe Goff is out for the year. He's an IR, and some other players. But at the end of the day, I like my chances against the Buccaneers. I really do. We need the Bucs. Why? Tom Brady's not mobile, and that's the key thing for me. Anytime we were playing a mobile quarterback, it's been a big issue. What do you think, Tuck?
What was the question?
For Sunday's game, we're going to beat the Giants and Philly's going to beat the Washington football team?
Yeah, man, I feel like we are capable of beating the Giants, man, but I feel like it won't be as easy as everyone's expecting. Because
Yeah, not easy. I don't think it'll be easy.
Yeah. Because we know, we saw last time when we played, this is with Dak Prescott before he went down. Jason Garrett was hitting us with the full arsenal, man. So I'm sure he's going to come out motivated, wanting to win. But I feel like we can win this game. Now, when it comes to that Washington Eagles game, man, I feel like Philly should handle business. Now, I'm not sure. I think Alex Smith practiced today or so.
He did practice. Yeah, he did practice.
That could change a little bit, but even with Alex Smith, man, to be honest with y'all, I feel like the Eagles are a better team than the Washington football team. So I feel like Jalen Hurts and those guys, they had some momentum. We just found a way to mitigate it. But I feel like Philly should win that game. But that's the Sunday night game, right?
Yeah, they're gonna make us wait, sir.
Let me ask y'all this: so if we win our game, y'all trying to go live during the Sunday night football game?
Oh man, we got to.
All right, we go live to the Sunday night football game.
the highs and the lows.
Yeah, man. Grab me a Deuce Staley jersey or something, man.
Let me go and add. Let me go. No. Boom. Shoot them questions, shoot them comments. We're gonna ride out and get out of here on the questions and do what we do, man. We appreciate your requests. Let's pay some bills. J Tug, let them know where to find you, brother.
Yeah,
man.
You
guys questions build up.
Find me on Twitter at JTuck151. I appreciate all the support, man, and also follow me on my YouTube channel, Cowboys Fans Only, and then also you can go to CowboysFansOnly.com.
Merch,
get your CFO, man. Get your merch,
that
man.
merch,
that merch, man.
That drip. Yeah, that feeds. I keep saying I'm gonna get one soon. I just realized you had hoodies in that.
Yeah,
I just realized you had hoodies in that. I'm like, man, 'tis the season. That's what I got to order. My next purchase is the Feed Zeke hoodie from Cowboys fans
man.
only.
Appreciate it, man. So go ahead and hit up the store, man. I appreciate all the support, man, and hope everyone has a happy New Year. We'll keep this thing rolling, man.
Yeah, make sure you eat the black eyed peas this year, y'all. It's important. Eat the black eyed peas this year. Man, look, if you're rocking, you already know Stargang is the page and the group, man. Like, follow, get in, jump in, get a part of the conversation. We're over 3,000 strong on the group. Man, we're trying to get the page up to over 3,000 likes as well. Also, for my YouTube people that are here, man, I appreciate you. I know Mendoza's in the building. The Lunatic was in here earlier. Man, Star Game Podcast, YouTube. Man, hit the sub, hit the daggum notification bell. On Twitter, your _guy_Nix. Spoonie, who just took a smidge break. We'll be going for 3 and some odd hours, whatever. Is Spoonie881. And then, of course, Mariella. You can follow her on Twitter as well, at Stargang Beauty.
Yeah.
Spicy over there, that one.
Monday Night Football 1973. Who won?
Bruh. She never
Mary
told us what Tony. Well, her mother-in-law. I told her we got to get our sister-in-law. I told us we got to get her sister-in-law on live. She never gave us the answer what Tony Dorsett's number was.
Man. She left it, man.
All right. So here we go with Jose Santiago. Loaded question. Okay, we like loaded questions.
Yeah.
We'll take them loaded questions. If we get into the playoffs and we win 2 games minimum, how would you say that could affect the Dak offseason? To me, I think this is a no-brainer. How old is Andy Dalton, ladies and gentlemen? Even the games that he's played versus the ones that Dak played this year, everything is bigger for Dak. QBR, yards per attempt, the whole 9. Appreciate again, and I said it earlier in this show, I appreciate everything Dalton's done. Dalton has been everything that you want from a backup quarterback. But on the business side, because I feel the loaded question, on the business side, whenever they sit down, that'll be something that I think that Jerry will bring up. Absolutely. But as far as getting Dak done, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the question?
I mean, so what that would be NFC champion if Andy Dalton got us to the NFC championship game?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that means they'll probably, jerk Dak a little bit, man, but it really doesn't mean nothing, man. It really just depends. Andy Dalton should not be a reason that we should be considering moving on from Dak Prescott. Now, I know a lot of people disagree with me this offseason. I believe the Andy Dalton signing was brought in to use as leverage against Dak Prescott in case something went in.
Oh, Tuck, we didn't know each other then. Boy, I caught a lot of flack for that shit. Boy, I caught a lot of flack for that because I said, I was like, hey, look, I said the Dalton thing, money-wise, whatever the case would be, I said, be clear. This was a negotiation tactic. Everyone's like, oh, you're crazy. Oh, okay. Well, see, hey, tag team champs on this side.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, as if you're going somewhere to be a backup quarterback, because people forget if Andy Dalton does get into the playoffs, he has $1 million.
Salute Mendoza for the I follow all y'all.
Mendoza. Yeah, Dak. I mean, not Dak, but Andy Dalton has incentives built in his contract for making the playoffs. So why would you do that as a backup quarterback? So I felt like even when Andy Dalton signed, it was like, hey, man, you can come to Dallas. There's a lot of things going on with Dak. We're unsure. I mean, there's a possibility to come to Dallas, look at all the weapons and things we have in place. This is a place to revive your career or whatnot. There was some backdoor type sneakiness with the Andy Dalton signing. Like I said, a lot of people disagree with this, but I firmly believe that because Andy Dalton, why would you come to Dallas to revive your career knowing that ahead of time, Dak Prescott's history, he was, he never really got injured. So what was your real opportunity to play and prove yourself besides being sold on something that Andy or Jerry Jones may have told Andy Dalton? So, but I'll say that Andy Dalton is not the future of the Dallas Cowboys. If that's the case, if we're going to move on. Now, I know me and Spoon talked about a guy this offseason as possibly being a Dak replacement. And I think he might be in the MVP category, but that's neither here nor there right now.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Because wait. Let me bring levity to said situation. Because I know another guy. Hold on. I know another guy that Jay Tuck might have mentioned about bringing in here instead of Dak. And looks like he's throwing dead ducks and got benched this past week.
That was a backup. That was a backup. I wasn't saying replace Dak. I was saying a back was Cam Newton. I would say Cam Newton as a backup.
And look. And of course, we had that conversation about that boy A-Rod. And like I said before, man, I'm keeping Dak over A-Rod. Again, longevity-wise, I think Dak was going to be better. But hey, look, shouts out to A-Rod and what he's doing. Again, what'd they go last year? What was their record last year?
They made the playoffs. I know that.
13 and 3, right?
13-3.
Yeah. Did they get over the hump?
They were
No,
all right, let's see what they now. I would say unequivocally, right? They're going to be the number 1 seed this year.
Again.
Let's no. They were number 1. No, Niners were number 1 seed, like right. They had to go to San Francisco and play them.
I thought
number
1.
Mendoza. I know Mendoza knows for sure. He'll dig it up for us. He will dig it up for sure. But yeah, either way, we'll see. Hell of a year for him. But I mean, long term. But go ahead. The question was though. The question was,
McCarthy. I'm Team A-Rod, man.
Fair. I mean, A-Rod is a different. And that's about it. Spoony, the question was loaded question. This is from Jose Santiago. If we get into the playoffs and we win 2 games minimum, which puts us in the NFC Championship game, how would you say that could affect the Dak Prescott offseason?
BJ, before I left the gym today, that was the same question I was asking in the locker room when a lot of us Cowboys fans were talking. And again, and I'm going to say this right now, Jose Santiago, props to you. That is the question of the offseason if we win 2 games. Again, you pointed out earlier the Andy Dalton move was leverage for Dak. That's what it was. Not just a backup, leverage. End of the day, the way
especially if Dak would have hold out, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But my thing is this. I'm not saying I agree with it, that they should treat this any different, but I believe they will. Why? Here's the thing. They'll look at it and say, well, we made the playoffs with Andy Dalton. The offense looks pretty good. X, Y, and Z, they're meshing. You know, end of the day, Dak Prescott, are you gonna lower to our demand and sign his contract, or are you gonna still stay with what you want? That's key number 1. Key number 2, okay, well, let's look at it in a different way. Let's just say Andy Dalton comes back. He's not gonna get no big time deal. He'll get like a 2-3 year deal, maybe like 20 mil total. But you save a whole lot of money and you're able to build the team elsewhere. But here's the problem, which BJ said a little bit earlier and Tuck as well. Stephen Jones, if you don't sign Dak, we want to see breaking news. The Cowboys signed that guy. And I mean some names, not some, this guy was a 7th round pick that Willie McClay loved a long time ago for 2 years minimum. No. We want to see some named players. Right. That's the key thing. Now, I really do, again, to Jose, that is the question that a lot of fans don't want to play it and conversate about. But it's an important question because right now, if the Cowboys do make the playoff, I like our chances against the Buccaneers. I like our chances. Now, I'm not going to say we're going to the Super Bowl. But again, if we don't play a mobile quarterback, I love our chances. I really do. So, that can happen. It can happen. Should it? No. It shouldn't happen. But end of the day, it really can.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you on that, Spoon. I think with look, no disrespect to Tom Brady, a 43-year-old guy, and what he's done in this league and everything, but he can't move. He's a statue.
Right.
And I do, the arm isn't as lively as it used to be. I do actually like coaches against the Bucs. I'll be honest with you. I mean, it'd be great if we could play the Rams because Goff is out, but the Rams would have to win and the Bucs would have to lose. I don't foresee that happening. So I do think if we do in fact make it to said playoffs, I think we're going to get the Bucs. And at the end of the day, I think there's an opportunity for us to win that game. But
can y'all believe we actually are here? Playoff talk possible?
No, of course. Oh no. Hey, let's be clear. Hey, here's what's crazy, right? Because it's going to be one of these 3.
Right.
Giants, us, or the Washington football team. And there's never, ever been a team to start 2-7 and make the playoffs.
Right.
That's history in the books. Another reason why I kind of want to do that because, hey, it's Cowboy. Hey, we're making history. No matter what y'all want to talk about and how it is, one thing I do know, and I said this last night, Spoon, the last two teams that went 7-9 and won their division, went to the playoffs, did what? Won a football game. They won a playoff game. Right. So, I do like the chances. I kind of agree.
Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, Seahawks. Right. That was the run from what you call it? Marshawn Lynch beast mode. Oh my God, what a carry! What a carry! Right. Yeah. But I'm with the lunatic. That's a huge if. My money says it won't. We won't. That we won't make that. But I mean, once you're in the tournament, all bets are off. Bar none, outside of maybe the Bills, who, if it wasn't for a Hail Mary from Kyler Murray, would have won 9 straight. I mean, we'll be winning 4 straight going to the playoffs. So no matter who we played against, I mean, we would pseudo in fact to be one of the hottest teams going in. But hey, we'll see what happens. Where those chips may fall. But I mean, as it pertains to Dak, I mean, look, what I do agree is this with Jose. Any shred of whatever they can do to lessen the blow of this franchise signing quarterback, they have already showed us that they'll do. And I think they will use it and put it. It'll be another one in the clip, and they'll try to do it. I hope, back to what Spoon said, whenever he got hurt, the crying in the box and they were hugging each other. I hope they remember how that feeling was, no matter what, and says, let's take care of this guy. Let's do what we got to do. Let's keep this positive momentum. But we got the new coach. We think we've upgraded because if we had these same injuries, we know we wouldn't won a damn game. And here we are. Let's keep this train rolling and push our chips all the way in, and let's get it going. Andy Dalton, look, if Andy Dalton wants to come back and be the backup, awesome. I don't think Andy Dalton will. I think he makes a ton of sense for San Francisco being a bridge guy to whoever they may go draft. Maybe he's a bridge guy in Atlanta. Maybe he's a bridge guy in Jacksonville even. But for sure, he should be relegated to the backup position here. And look, we can say, outside the leverage standpoint, TCU is homes here, blah, 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 the whatnots and everything else. And that's fine. All that's fine. But quickly, he's going to take this springboard this to more money to be a starter, whether that's a bridge gap guy for somebody else, then just sit here and say, okay, well, I'm going to go back to being Dak's backup. Go ahead, Spoon. What you have?
I have a question for everybody. This is, I don't want this to happen. Just an open-minded question. Let's just say scenario, we move on from Dak, right?
Oh God! Do we have to? Do we have to?
Let's just say, and then all of a sudden now, the Cowboys and the Jets are on the phone, and it's
where's my
Sam Darnold to the Cowboys for a 2nd or 3rd round pick.
No.
I seen that question earlier before. That's why I'm repeating it right here. How would you feel about that?
I tell the Jets the same what I called y'all for, bro.
We've called you multiple times.
Yeah, y'all playing on my phone now, bro. Like,
they hear, hey, we want to see y'all Sam Darnold. Click.
Right.
Click. I mean, for the old school people that when you used to be able to click. Super click. I mean, at the end of the day,
Jerry got the flip phone, man. So he's doing and
shut it.
All right.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, for me, it's Dak or bust. I mean, if you're not, when you got a coach in house, right? I mean, look, he's not a young coach, and I understand that, but you got a coach in house. The rule of thumb is let them go get their own guy, right? Let them do that. And at the end of the day, what you have to do is, if Dak's not going to be your guy, then this draft has to turn into go get your guy, no matter where you're picking at. And you got to spend the bevy of picks. So you have to spend the bevy of picks, and then all of a sudden, if Dak's not the guy, well, Spoonie, I know you just threw that wig away, but I mean, if you're not going to bring, if you're not going to make the guy, then you damn sure going to go get the best damn prospects here that's going to be in the draft, because Cowboys Nation, man, look, I think a lot of us that create content and the people that we interact with all the time, man, we're fed up on a lot of different levels. I think we're fed up. We bought into the Steven of what he's doing right whenever we're taking Zach Martin instead of Johnny Football, and we're moving forward, and we kind of bought into this. We draft our guys and all this. But guess what? that facade only works so long without results. And now we're to the point now, even with old Garrett gone, we see through that facade now. Like, no, it's time. Like we're through with the BS around here. Like either, as you say so eloquently, just win. We'll do our part.
Right.
Don't worry. We've been doing our part for 25 years, irregardless. It's getting to a point now where there's not enough tricks. Look, social media is out here, guys. Yeah. There's not enough tricks in the old marketing bag, if you will, to keep people coming back if you don't start doing something on the field. And it starts with Dak Prescott at the end of the day. Right. Let me grab another question, though.
I swear I don't need a radio show from the owner to buy tickets and support the Cowboys. I promise you I don't.
Man, big facts. Real quick, Peter checked in, said absolutely the Andy signing was a message to Dak. Absolutely, I completely agree with you. Was right when I was getting killed for it. Thank you so much, Richard. Yes, Cowboys Nation does deserve better. Again, 3 teams since we've been in the NFC Championship: us, Washington, and the Lions.
If you think about it, the 49ers have went to the Super Bowl with Kaepernick.
Yeah,
fell off.
Came back
and bounced back, went back to the Super Bowl before we can even sniff an NFC Championship game. Not a Super Bowl, just the opportunity to play to go to the Super Bowl. Like that's crazy. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. And like I said, it's hard to understand, man.
Let's just say this. Let's just say we get a decent offer for Zeke. Are you okay with trading him? Let's put something on that. What's a decent offer? 2nd round pick at this point. If somebody comes through and says we'll give you a 2nd round pick, let's say a top, how about a top 20 pick in the 2nd round? Are you willing to trade that for Zeke? Spoon, you're shaking your head no, so I'll let you go ahead and rock out, my man. Go ahead.
I'm saying no because my thing is that we getting Dak Prescott back. Him and Zeke together are special. It's just who they are. They came together. They had great years together. It's not done yet. Zeke is not done yet. End of the day, I want to read something real quick, if y'all don't mind, real quick to you guys. Let me just look here. Okay. And I know a lot of times Zeke was out of think about trade him. He's the same. The Cowboys have used 15 unique combinations on the offensive line through 10 games. 4 players have seen action at left tackle between Smith, Brandon Knight, Cam Irving, and Terrence Steele. 3 players have played right tackle and right guard. Martin Count as well for 2 centers and 2 left guards. Now, that's a lot of shifting.
Right.
This is not, again, it's not a video game where you go sub in a guy and your running back will just run. It takes a lot. It's how you block, the communication, all that plays a big role. And okay, now that things are clicking a little bit much better because now we haven't had injury impacts on the offense. Zeke had a very great game last week. Andy Dalton had a great game last week. They just started to grasp together. You know what I'm saying? Come together and have these good games. So going back to the question, I wouldn't want to do it. If we get Dak back here, I want to see Dak and Zeke go all out together and try to win together. It's for me, it's important.
Right. And I agree with what you said, Spoon. And you also got to think about it. You mentioned all that going on with Zeke. Also, Dak Prescott is out of the picture. So every team's focus was 21 is not going to beat me. I'm going to take my chances of having Andy Dalton from the Cincinnati Bengals beat me before I let Ezekiel Elliott do. So
hey, throw them other guys in there too. Danucci.
Danucci and Gary Gilbert. Yeah. So if you're playing with these teams, your main focus is stopping Zeke. If we get beat by Ben DiNucci and Gary Gilbert, then so be it. But we're going to stop Zeke. So not only did he have this makeshift offensive line, but he also had a stacked box, and all the focus was on him. Yep. Like Zeke is not Barry Sanders, where he can just make magic happen out of nowhere. Like it doesn't happen that way. And everyone wants to compare him to to Derrick Henry and Alvin Kamara. They all have their full, teams assembled right now. So last year when Zeke was popping touchdowns, that was a problem because his yardage was lower. Like, people don't understand what they want from Zeke. So like you said, Spoon, I want to see him and Dak Prescott back together because it adds a different dynamic to this
Definitely
offense that I want all the weapons in house for next 2021 period.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is look. Let's say Zeke's having a down year. I think that's fair, right? I think once Dak left, I think a little bit would be that he was doing a little bit too much. He was pressing. He was playing hero ball. It's like, it's all me. I got to do a whole lot, instead of letting the game come to him at different strands and at different times and whatever the case may be. And even with that being said, I mean, if you look it up, Zeke's like 8th in rushing right now.
Right.
And look, there's one guy at 1,700 yards in Derrick Henry.
Right.
Okay. And then there's one guy at 1,500 yards in Dalvin Cook, and also big shout out to big prayer. Down 46 passed away from diabetes. He won't be playing week 17. Shout out to him and his family as he went back to Florida to be there with his dad before he passed away. The game is, at times things will remind us this is a game,
right?
And people matter. And shout out to Dalvin Cook and his family, and in their time, and prayers up for his family. And then once you get past that, I mean, we're talking about guys that don't have 1,100 yards. Okay. Right. And Dak's is in that meld, and he's at 8th, and he has a chance to be over 1,000. Zeke has a chance to be over 1,000. So again, and to kind of go back to what you were saying, it's the full complement of weapons. I don't want to take anything away from this team yet until I get this offensive lineman back, until I get Dak back. And we're talking about the 3-headed monster wide receiver, and we're getting Jarwin back at tight end. And then we have Zeke and Pollard. And as I said, after Pollard had his game against the Niners, it's about the marriage of Zeke and Pollard in that backfield. And, man, it's just the idea that whoever's calling these plays, I can attack you from multiple different ways, whatever you want to try to take away, like unequivocally in my quiver for those that shoot them arrows. I got somewhere else I can shoot this arrow. So, no, I don't think it's time yet. I think also that the Dak and Zeke marriage is very real. I think they're very good friends. I think it matters to each other how they do and how they go. And I think as they go, I think the Cowboys go. So, yeah, no, for sure. I think for me, man, it would have to be an amazing offer. And by amazing, I don't think anybody's going to offer what I consider amazing.
Right.
So I don't think it can happen.
Before he gets traded.
At the end of the day, I'm good. Although he did backdoor Spoon. He said, but would you trade Zeke for round 33 though? Don't you? You ain't going. You ain't. You wouldn't.
Route 33. Route 33. Oh, Zeke. Woo!
Donovan Wilson and Route 33 are the same.
How many sacks you got stuck on
Nah, you can't pair, but you can't pair Route 30. You can't pair Route 33 with Donovan. Come on now, Spoon.
Donovan can go too.
Nah.
Y'all are. Hold on.
I gotta keep Zeke
right now. Y'all, Zeke and Donovan for Jamal Adams.
I'm not saying Zeke and Donovan, but I mean, if we have
Zeke
to
for
move
Donovan, I'm sorry, Zeke for Jamal. Hold on. What? Hold on. What's the jersey behind you, J Tuck?
Hey, but listen,
what is that merch you're selling, J Tuck?
But the way that Spoon feels about Route 33, I feel about Route 20. That's in Los Angeles right now. So if you offer me Zeke for Ramsey, I'm swapping them out, and I'm
you gotta change all your merch.
I would get all the Ramsey merch fully vamped up, man. Y'all know how I feel about Jalen Ramsey when it comes to Zeke, man. But I like Zeke, man. But Zeke ain't going nowhere, man.
Hold on. But then I got to ask you real quick, JT, because we were really rocking back then. So keep it a buck, because I don't know any better. I'll let you keep it a buck. Were you the Ramsey Henry guy over Zeke, or were you excited when we got Zeke?
So funny story. I was at the draft in Chicago, right? Okay. I was there front and center, ready for that draft. I had my Florida State hat on and my Cowboys hoodie. And when we drafted Ezekiel Elliott, and I tell everybody this, me and a lot of Cowboys fans stormed out the auditorium pissed off. And so shout out to my guy Mark Holmes. I was telling the story. So Mark Holmes was interviewing me on the way out, asking me about the pick. And me not being in my right state of mind, I was cussing and screaming, F the Cowboys. I'm done with this stupid ass team. And I have a scar right here on my wrist because I was walking out and I was so frustrated. I hit a glass mirror and cut my hand. So that's how I felt about the Ezekiel Elliott draft pick. I was so frustrated that we did not take Jalen Ramsey, especially after the fact we already had 3 running backs on the roster. We needed a cornerback. It was a for sure deal. You did not draft a running back at the number 4 pick. We could have got Derrick Henry or so many other running backs in that draft and been perfectly fine. And we passed on it. And then the crazy part is at the hotel I was staying at, there's a bunch of Jags fans there. So I'm at the bar and they're showing me pictures of them and Jimbo Fisher and Jalen Ramsey on the red carpet. I lost it. But the next day, I cried all my tears out. I went to the pro shop, bought me a Zeke shirt, and here we are. But if I could do that day over and over again, it's Jalen Ramsey every time.
Yeah, every time. I mean, here's the thing. At the for me, I was team Zeke. Look. Here's the crazy thing. I was Ramsey from December. I was Ramsey for sure. I was Ramsey from December. I know he was a safety corner, whatever, but I knew what he was going to. I kind of had an idea where this thing was going to go. And then, literally 2 weeks before the draft, I just went back and watched Zeke tape. I said, let me just go back and look for y'all on the back. I ain't talking about dadgum highlights on YouTube that they put together. I'm talking about Zeke tape. And I looked at the Zeke tape and I was like, in my mindset with Romo and everything, I was like, you know what? And I was thinking about the defense and everything. I was like, low key, man, Zeke, to me at the time, I said Zeke helps both sides of the ball. Is where I was at. I said it's going to help protect because I went and watched, especially the cutters like him in Pass Pro and stuff like that. I was like, man, this helps the offense and we can keep the ball. And I'm coming off of the DeMarco Murray and how we bled the clock and everything. This is going to help the defense. And I was like, man, as good as Jalen Ramsey is, and I've been on this ticket since December of wanting him. I'm like, he's not fixing the defense in one fell swoop. So for me, I was Ramsey all the way 2 weeks before the draft. I really dug deep. As I was doing my big board, I was like, man, give me Zeke. And I was super stoked about Zeke. But my Jay Tuck story was I was in Dallas when we drafted a certain guy. I have video as it's going live. And there's a guy in front of me that threw his Cowboys jersey when we took LV and said, man, fuck. He threw his jersey. Yeah. No. Hold on. And I was like, man, we fucked up. and that's how my video, like at the very end, you see my video, you see it go down, all you hear my voice saying, man, we fucked up. Then I came back. Now watch here's the ebb and flows. So then after he played good, I was like, damn it, I got to eat this crow. So I ate this crow in LVE. And then dadgummit, he started getting hurt and being bad again. I was like, I was right. Then I was wrong. Then I was right. Then we talked about earlier tonight. Do we pick up the 5th-year option or do we extend him? Like, So yeah, man, it's such a roller coaster with these picks because you don't know. Like you take them, you're happy about it. Sometimes they hit right away. We know CD. Slam dunk. Layup drill. Right. But then you just don't know 3 years into it. I mean, look, what if Jalen Ramsey would have came disenfranchised here in Dallas? Whatever the case may be. But yeah, man, it's tough.
But the funny thing about that LVE thing, so I was at the same draft and I was on the college breakdown. So with Booger McFarland, I was right behind them. Yeah. And so I'm on camera as soon as we draft LVE and I'm screaming, God damn it, this is
I want a great one. Yeah.
See, and look, hold on. In my pet draft,
because I wanted Derwin James was my guy.
Yeah. Well, I knew Derwin James was going to make it to us, though.
That was my guy.
He was right there. We could have easily moved.
We could have moved up. We could have moved up. But see, my pet cat that draft was Moore, the wide receiver that ended up going to Carolina. Yeah. That was my pick. Yeah, that was my pick. We were actually inside. That's so crazy because that's where I physically met Spoon, and the fact that you were there, we probably bumped into each other and didn't even damn near know.
I was out there at Draft Town, have my son and whatnot. Yeah, so that draft, it was Derwin James, Ridley, and then Moore was like how my draft board. And then Leighton Vander Esch from Boise. And that's why I keep telling Cowboys fans, expect a Vander Esch type feel this draft. You're going to be sitting there like, who?
Yeah.
And again,
and how different is this team if they did take Jalen and then backdoored with Henry in the second round? We never know. We'll never know. But we got another question on deck. Said on that note, I like Kellen Moore and what he brought to the offense. But think of having Dak under center more, stretch, play action, draws would be should be incorporated in the playbook instead of being so predictable / vanilla question mark. Minnesota San Fran-ish type plays. How many run plays can you do from the shotgun? So, I mean, again, if we dial into this West Coast offense a little bit more now, not that Matt LaFleur is a West Coast disciple or even our guy. He's more of a zone run guy out there in San Francisco. But again, there are more things that you get involved underneath once you're underneath the center and different things you can do. Absolutely, Morris. For me, one of the big things is, bring the fullback. I would like to see Zeke with the fullback in front of him. I'm not going to lie. I know they don't grow on trees anymore, and I'm not saying that fullback would be on the field for 70% of the plays or anything. But getting a H-back / fullback, in front of Zeke and seeing where that goes, maybe some off tackles, some stretches, giving Zeke some time to pick and choose his cutback lanes, would be very intriguing. And of course, using Dak's legs, not running down the field, of the play action bootlegs and stuff. Oh, absolutely. Things that come within the West. When you think about Joe Montana or you think about even Aaron Rodgers, right, in the West Coast offense and those play actions and getting out of the pocket and moving the offense, a lot of different things, absolutely unequivocal, because even before Dak got, and I'm going to say it, prolific from throwing the ball from the pocket at times.
Right.
The things he did very early on was outside of the pocket, where we talked about his QBR being very high, being on the move, and how he threw the ball. So, Morris, I will definitely co-sign this idea of maybe, as much as we love Kellen Moore and whatnot and bringing this thing around, maybe underneath center and doing some things a little bit more could be beneficial.
Yeah, I agree. I've been seeing get Zeke at fullback for the longest this season, but we're going to see. We're going to see what Mike McCarthy's going to bring to the table. The thing with Dak Prescott, a lot of people think he's a mobile quarterback. He's really not a run-first type guy. Like you say, he's a prolific passer. He's grown, but he can still use his legs when needed. And so I think that's going to be something that Mike McCarthy will still utilize, rolling him out. Hey, man, my Seminoles are down right now, but we're going to be back eventually.
That bounce back.
Yeah. We're just waiting. Me and Mendoza, we still waiting, man. But yeah, I think we're gonna see Dak used in a different. Well, hold on. Once we sign Dak, we'll see Dak used in many different looks. I think that's one of the things he brings that Andy Dalton doesn't bring to this offense. Even though Kellen Moore did try to run a read option with Andy Dalton the other day, I was like, okay, we'll talk about.
Well, yeah, that's just not like it didn't happen.
Yeah. So
yeah. So, Boney, underneath from under center, you good with that, or what?
Listen, I'm good with anything that makes that.
Boney says, "I want to win, damn it!"
Right, I want to win. At the end of the day, when we look at McCarthy, if you want to get some type of clue of what type of offense we can run, you can look at the Chiefs. You can look at Chicago a little bit. They're often the same kind of coaching tree. So at the end of the day, they have success, especially with the right quarterback. We see what Mahomes got with the Chiefs. Now, with the Bears situation, we all know they got a bad situation with quarterback. Now, we look at the Eagles with Nick Foles and what's his name, Carson Wentz. So, end of the day, I like McCarthy. Whatever, I just want to see the West Coast offense been running. Now, as far as we talk about fullback,
I was going to say too. I was going to say is too. The one thing that got me excited about maybe the West Coast offense being here, when you look at the killer that we have in Amari Cooper in the route running.
Oh, he'll eat,
bro. He was born to be in the West Coast. Low key, like we talk about Amari Cooper. My goodness, bruh, he does work in the West Coast. I mean, look, Amari route running. I mean, look, I don't care what you want to say about Amari in that top 10 fashion, but we're talking about route running. I don't know if there's a better guy, and if there is one, then he's number 2.
There's one.
Devontae Adams?
No, he's retired.
Oh no, I'm talking about in the league right now.
I was being a little sarcastic. That's the thing about it. Amari Cooper, to me, route running is second best to Jerry Rice that I've ever seen.
Whoa.
Second best to Jerry Rice. Here's the thing. You can, when it comes to route running, that is basically a lot of work that you put into your craft.
Right.
What Jerry would say. Every receiver after Jerry always says, well, like even T.O., his workout methods, things of that nature.
Yeah.
42 years old with the rated. Amari Cooper, what we saw on Sunday, he don't need 4.3 speed. His speed comes after he gets the ball.
Right.
But to go off, he's making you work your legs.
Right.
This guy, you make it go this way, he's already open on this side. Then he uses his speed. That's technician. You can't. A lot of receivers may have maybe one or two routes. This guy's giving you so many different ways. Right. So many different ways.
I mean, hey, and keep it a buck about Amari and talk about the disappearing act or whatever in his body language, everything everybody wanted to talk about last year. My man's going to probably with 1,100 yards with 4 different quarterbacks. Right. I mean, that's solid.
86 receptions. 80. He was on pace for 100. He would have, if Dak was still playing. Oh my God.
Dak might do for $6,000 this year. I'm BSing, but maybe.
He 86 receptions.
All right, the Lunatics got us a question from YouTube. Again, shout out to YouTube, Stargame Podcast. Subscribe. Also, for my guy Jay Tuck, Cowboy fans only. Go ahead, hit that sub as well. He goes, we are 29th in time of possession. Are you concerned our offense leaves our question mark defense too long on the field? I mean, it's a double barrel question. You know, it depends whether we're scoring quick or whether we just can't get a first down, right? You know, obviously you want to protect them. And look, Jerry even came out on 105.3. The fans said they dialed back what Kellen was doing to trying to protect the defense. However, there's a stat line, 29th in time of possession.
Right.
Are you worried about that, Tuck, a little bit? I mean, we got one more game and then maybe a playoff game.
I mean, I feel like it's too late at this point, but I feel like a lot of that is because lack of Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore really committing to the run game. Also, you got to think about earlier on all the turnovers that were happening. So it adds up. But that was always my game plan. And that's the kind of, again, the yang between Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy, I would say. If Jason Garrett was still the head coach, the time of possession would be his biggest weapon because he's going to run that ball with Zeke and Tony Pollard and just try to get the hell up out of here with the 10-7 win. It is what it is. But I feel like Kellen Moore still wanted to open things up, and also Mike McCarthy. And so it leaves you open. I mean, when you get those 3 and outs and whatnot, and then you have a defense who can't stop the run, you're leaving it on the field and you go back into the 3 and out and then just run the ball left and right down your throat. So I felt like the scheme with the offense is what really led to that by not just really committing to the run game. There's never been a real game that you can really say Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore came out and said, we're going to run the damn ball down their throat, and it is what it is. They just haven't committed to it like they used to do in the old Jason Garrett regime.
Yeah, I mean, big facts. I mean, as me and Spoon did the live caster in the Bengals game, you know, before that game kicked off, I said, you know, I think today's a big game for Zeke.
Right.
I think so. A big game for Zeke. And you go back and look at him in the first quarter, and bro, he was eating. And then second, third, and most of the fourth, it just kind of got away from him. And then we go back to even if we go back to the 49ers game where Zeke was out, right? And even though that Pollard was eating a little bit more of the pass game in the flats, he was doing okay with the run. He was great in the first quarter, and then we just didn't really see it again until we got to the fourth quarter. So, yeah, I do agree. One of the holdovers sometimes, because even Jason Garrett as a play caller would start the run and then get away from the run. Now, once he stepped away and CEO'd this thing, we were definitely a lot more heavy run with Linehan or even Bill Callahan. Shout out to Bill Callahan. I mean, one of the guys that did a lot of work here that, you know, was pretty successful, and we probably should have kept him over Linehan. But neither here nor there, water underneath the bridge. Yeah, so I did definitely see some of that, and that's kind of the, you know, the bridge gap of, was that more Kellen or was that more of, you know, maybe Mike McCarthy said, hey, we need to not do that so much. So, no, yeah, I mean, man, it's one of those catch. It's too late in the season, Tuck, I think you said.
Right.
But here we are again. That's kind of the thing that I said going into the Philadelphia game. We know what we are.
Right.
We know what we are at this point.
We're a sloppy,
it is what it is.
Consistent team, but we have explosive offense, and our defense is getting a few turnovers. That's
if the defense can get us turnovers, we got a chance.
Right.
Look, we know they're going to run the ball on us. And look, the one thing about the Giants that we didn't talk about yesterday that does worry me: tight ends kill us, and they have a very athletic tight end over there. In New York, so we'll wait and see. But Spoon, 29th in time of possession. How do you feel
when you're playing from behind? You're not gonna have no time possession. Plain and simple. And that's the key thing. The key thing is that during the whole season, what we dealt with, we never really had the lead. When you have a lead and a comfortable lead, you're gonna have a good time of possession. Why? Because you want to keep the ball away from their hands. But when you're playing from behind, you eliminate the run game, and you're just trying to play catch up, and that's been the thing. Except for the last few games that we've been playing, we've had the leads to not want to run the ball and try to play keep away. So again, hopefully we keep this train keep rolling, and some good things can happen.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, from Mark, how do we feel about drafting the offensive to tackle early? So I'm gonna get early. We're talking about first round. I mean, can we say second rounds early, guys? I mean, fair enough. Second rounds of the draft. How do you feel in the first 2 rounds about taking the offensive tackle? Tuck, don't look like you're too enthused with that.
I don't see the value in drafting an offensive tackle, especially where we're drafting now. If you're talking about a Penei Sewell, who's going to be, a 10-year cornerstone to our offensive line, then you would do it.
But he opted out last year.
Yeah, he opted out. Yeah, so he's opted out guy. But like I said, even with him, I just don't see where is he going to play. I mean, are you going to move on from Tyron Smith? Hopefully, Lyle Collins will be back. And then with a lot of these younger guys, we did add another layer of depth to our offensive line. So I really don't see where would you plug in an offensive tackle at this point. Now, if you're telling me we're going to move on from Tyron Smith and we're going to draft a new offensive tackle, okay, maybe. But at this
Slater,
point,
right? Slater from Northwestern, is that the other guy, right? It's the top 2, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like at this point, I mean, we're still kind of overloaded, at the offensive line position. We're trying to figure out, is it Joe Looney or Tyler B, or is it,
don't jump ahead of that. We got something there. We got a question coming up for that. Hold on.
Or is it Connor McGovern or Zach Martin, or is Zach Martin our right tackle? So I feel like we have more than enough depth with the offensive line. I would take a tackle at this point.
All right. Spoon, OT early, first 2 rounds?
No. Nah, as I said before, nah. As I said before, Sewell is generational. When it comes out, it's like Leatherwood or Cosby. Okay, I like Cosby. Yeah. But nah.
I mean, Sewell's not going to make it to us though. At the end of the day, right? Yeah, he's not going to make it to us. Yeah, I mean, for me, offensive tackle in the first 2 rounds is kind of like linebacker to me, guys. Right. It's kind of the same thing. Like, okay, sure, maybe the value use there somewhere down the line, but who are they going to replace out the gate? And that's kind of the thing. Look, no matter how much I might love Parsons or how much I love Bolton or how much I love Sewell or how much I love the kid from Northwestern, Slater. I mean, I just don't know where they're going to fit into this thing at the end of the day. So it's like for me, I think I'm not saying that you shouldn't draft offensive line at some point, but early for me, I'm out. Yeah, I mean, look. Sure, if we're picking 15th and somehow Sewell is there,
right, then it's no way.
Slater, Sewell, Slater's there. Okay, let me look at the rest of the list. Then sure. Then maybe at that point you can tease me with going high. But if one of those guys are not there when we're picking the first round, there's nobody else after that I'm taking in the top 2 rounds. Period. It is definitely kind of where I'm at. Now before. Oh, shout out this route running is a lost art these days. Well, a lot about, are you athletic, different things, so on and so forth. There's another route runner, though, down there from Built by Bama over there. He's in the top 5, Mr. Ridley for the Falcons doing work.
So imagine if the Cowboys would have listened to me and we would have had Marty Cooper and Ridley on the other side.
Man, I have a really good friend of mine. He's a Giants fan. Shout out to my guy, Steve Messiah. Super hated when we traded for Amari. And before that Ridley draft, he called me up about 11:30 at night. I'm like, why you? I'm like, he's in Florida. I was, hey, what's up? He's like, just want to let you know. Look, he sounds like Mufasa, by the way. His voice is hell. Y'all think my voice might be low? He's like, just let you know. If y'all draft Ridley, don't talk to me for 6 months. And hung up, bro. And hung up. Like, not no bullshit. He hung up. I was like, yo, my guy is wild. Oh man. Red zone offense is my only concern. And look, let me double down on that, Michael. Let me double down on that. Here's the one thing that maybe, as we're watching Kellen Moore and we love what he does for us, and we're talking about everything, maybe that's something we can pinpoint that maybe gets better once he leaves. Because it has been the issue here for a while. But I mean, neither here nor there. But back to what you was about to get ahead of there, and I brought you down a little bit. Lunatic from YouTube says, when we play our home playoff game, I like the confidence. Salute. When we play the home playoff game, do you start Tyler Badaz, aka the badass, or Looney at center? Guys, who are you going to start at this point at the home playoff game against the Bucs?
I think you roll with who got you here, man. So I think
exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, the only change offensive line I would make, because I saw that he's probably going to be out on Sunday's game will be Zach Martin. I don't think he'll play.
Right, he's playoff
but if we do make the playoffs, then I think Zach Martin's absolutely he's going to be in there. I personally would put him at the right tackle and keep Connor McGovern in there. But when it comes to the center position, I'm rolling with Looney, man, and just rolling.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, it's just like back in the day in high school. Man, you dance with the one you brought.
Right.
You dance with the one you brought. I mean, look, Badaz had his moment and everything. Once he got hurt, it's been Looney this amount of time. I just think, during this win streak and everything else, man, you just got to go with the hot hand, and you're going to just ride with Looney. That's where I'm at. Right. What about you, Spoon? You Tyler, to get that experience? Because he's going to be your guy moving forward. Or are you going to stick with Looney and play that game?
As I said earlier before, you got to stick with the guys that have been comfortable with one another to make this thing work. Offensive line is not our strong suit, so I wouldn't change anything. The guys that will be playing the last 3 or 4 games, keep it together. Zach Martin is the only guy I'm saying go in there and do what you got to do. Other than that, leave it the way it is.
All right, speaking of which, we'll get some more questions. Hey, man, keep shooting them questions. I'll see a couple more. We're going to get to them. Keep shooting them questions. But let me pivot off of that. Because, Looney signed a 1-year deal. He's going to be a free agent. And we're talking about this depth at offensive line and things that are happening, the guys that are coming back. Is Looney the odd man out to y'all, or do you think there's a way that they bring Looney back next year?
I think Looney is okay with being a backup. So I think for the right price, he will come back. Yeah, I think Looney is one of those guys. He's liked in the locker room. He's a leader. They kind of.
He's a glue guy. He's a glue guy. I agree with you.
Yeah,
he is
he's
a glue guy.
He's a serviceable backup. He's a great insurance policy just in case something goes wrong with Tyler Biadasz. So I think we do bring Joe Looney back.
Spony, you think Looney outsider, or did you get a chance to come back and maybe another 1-year deal?
Yeah, no, I think he could be back on the 1-year deal. He's a very good character guy. I mean, like him. He could have went to the Giants. He still chose to come to the Cowboys. He's been here a long time. He knows the system. Hey, why not? Nice friendly deal.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would look for me personally. I would love Looney to come back again. I believe he's a glue guy. I know we saw different things, even with the passing of our strength and conditioning coach and being a forefront leader and leading the team in prayer and different things and whatnot. And I think he's a definite glue guy. I would love Looney to come back here. On the same token, if you got an opportunity to start somewhere, they want to give him a little bit older now. I mean, he's not way past his prime by any stretch. But if somebody wanted to give him that starting money for 3-4 years versus a 1-year, deal, I might see him, business-wise make that decision. But if the Cowboys and he is willing to stay here and the Cowboys can get that deal done, I am absolutely all the way in on Looney coming back here. I will never get tired of Looney videos and what he does and Looney TV and everything. If you ever been in the locker room,
right?
I don't care. I don't care what sport you play, but if you ever been in the locker room, but especially football, what he does, man, you need. He knows to bring the comedy and chill and decompress you some. And at the end of the day, you can look and lean on him for whatever you need. So I definitely think that Looney is a crucial piece at times for what's going on inside that locker room. And look, at the end of the day, maybe not the best center in the world, but he is competent. He ain't still out there. I mean, Steele's gotten better. Salute the Steel.
I'll say this about Joe Looney, man. He has like one of the best football names. Like when you say Joe Looney, it doesn't sound like a football player. Like,
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Oh, when you say Joe Looney, you think football.
Yeah, you think like, gridiron and
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm here to block.
Right.
You know, I'm here to block.
Yeah,
look, everybody in the comment section right now. Everybody in the comment section right now. Well, Looney has the hot hand now. Yeah, Sue made Looney look weak versus the Rams in 19. Yeah, but that was a year ago. Right. I agree with Looney. But yeah, man, I mean, I think you got to keep him up in here. All right, how confident are you with 77, a.k.a. Tyron Smith in 2021? Because now it's a neck and a back. Okay, so let me set the table real quick. Mm-hmm. Even going into this thing, as we talked about here a ton on this channel, we kind of understand that, look, he's not going to have back surgery until he's up out of here. We know that. He's already kind of said those things. So you can expect him to miss 3 or 4 games. Now the neck injury happened. What he did have, again, setting the table, he had the surgery. Mm-hmm. All right, he had the surgery. Then everything has been on record saying he is good to go to play the following season. So with that, how confident are you moving forward with the pterodactyl, Tyron Smith, Jordan?
I think we have to just think about Tyron Smith kind of like we think about Sean Lee. We're going to get probably a few games out of him moving forward. I just think when you think about neck and back, it's just too much, especially at the left tackle position. So I think we'll get a few serviceable games out of him. But I think, like I said, having this depth now with Brandon Knight playing left tackle and possibly, Cam Irving, it makes things a lot easier because, it used to be once Tyron Smith was out, that was the end of the season. But I feel like right now we can able to maintain if Tyron Smith does go out. So, I would think that Tyron Smith, if I had to guess, would be one of the next guys from that O-line to retire. And I know he's kind of still fairly young according to things, but his body is just banged up, and it's only so much you can take. You don't want to see Tyron Smith being one of those players kind of dragging himself out there, injury after injury after injury after season. So, I don't think the Cowboys will move on, but
right.
But
yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Brandon Knight gives you all the confidence in the world that you could be okay at left tackle now.
Right.
I mean, that's one of the key things about all these injuries and the job that Joe Phillips done, so on and so forth. For the first time, hey, look, in a long time, we feel pretty good about, the backup position. Maybe this is one of the things where he comes back and he can give you a couple of years to move on and whatever the case may be. Unfortunately, even before we got to this point, we just kind of expected that he was going to miss some games, and could you survive those games? I think that says a ton before the season starts. Like you're like, well, I'm hoping to get 13 games out of Tyron.
Right.
And so that kind of tells you where you're at. But the way that they have positioned his money and did different things and taken some money, he's going to be here next year. Confidence on a scale of 1 to 10, I will say this. Maybe the blessing in disguise is the fact that he had the neck surgery is his back got a whole year off, guys.
Right.
And whether that means anything very, very long term, because as you spoke to, I mean, of the great one, we're talking about Travis Frederick, who retired this offseason, Zach Martin, who's currently hurt and coming back in him. He was the first one drafted, and on the same token, he's the youngest guy. Right. So, I mean, there's that. But again, sometimes with rest and chilling and rehab, maybe that back gets a little bit better, can help him for one season. Look, and we're talking about the Michael Gallup, whether you can keep him long term or not. I just need one season. We just want 6. If we could all put it together for one damn season, so be it. Then after that, we'll deal with it and figure it out. So maybe if the time off with the neck injury helped that back a tremendous amount, maybe we get a little bit more out of Tyron next year and we don't see the same injuries. But I mean, until we see it, hard to be confident in it. We're living on Bon Jovi said, living on a prayer.
Right.
Oh, living on a prayer. I can't sing, but yeah, y'all know what it is. Spoon. Tyron, 77, confident level.
I'm 50-50. It's not because of his injuries. Keep point, he's rested the whole year.
And on top of the injuries,
he doesn't believe.
I'm not worried about the neck, as I've always been. I'm worried about the back.
Right.
Yeah, the back. Yeah. Listen, I have back surgery, and it's a pain in the butt. But he's a professional. But he don't have. He always does his thing in the off season to get his back prepared. He's been out for a whole year. I don't believe he's ever missed a whole season like this. So, end of the day, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about his contract because right here, when it comes to him, now he counted 15 mil against the cap. He counted $6 mil against the cap this year. Next year it's 14, 15, and then 15, and then the last year is 1 as an option. So my thing is this: if you release him, you save way more money than keeping him, and that's what bothers me right there. Unless he takes a pay cut. So I'm not more with my answer is not from the injury. It's more of the contract situation, because like I said, if you release him, it's only 8 mil. You keep him, it's only 15. But what you could do is you could do the same thing like this with Tony Romo. Tony Romo had a combine of, I believe it was like 20-something mil, and he cut it in 2. They agreed to cut it in 2 for 2 off seasons. So with Tyron Smith, his is total up to like say I'd be 17 in total. They could say, well, listen, we'll do 10 mil for you after you release it this year, 7 mil in cap hit, done deal. So it's more of the contract situation than the injuries.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, you got to have the right kind of depth, the right kind of pick, or something in mind that you want to do with. And again, if we're back doing what Brandon Knight has done this year, obviously you feel pretty good about that. And if you can suck up another year of Tyron's contract, then if he's healthy, great. And it paid off, right? But if not, at least you have Brandon Knight in building, so it doesn't press you to have to go out here and make a move and do something. Those are the things that we obviously we have to look at. Now, of course, on the other side of the token, that hit for Lale. Ooh, got to see how he's going to come back into the fold and how that's going to happen. Or because I mean, if Tyron's good, you feel pretty good about Brandon Knight at right tackle, even. You do. Even as improved as still has been, you're still a little worried. And then you get back into, well, is Zach Martin our right tackle and Connor McGovern's there? So, I mean, there's some shifting to be done. Obviously, we got to let these, OTAs, different things come back from the surgeries, things happen, see where they're at. But, I mean, I think for sure if you're worried about the contract, I think we can easily say we can suck up one more year of said contract with Knight in building and what we've done. Shout out to Joe Philbin, as it pertains to that. So, I mean, worried, but you're not as worried as losing 8 pieces on a bad defense. Right. Worried, we can kind of put it all together and do certain things. So, I mean, we'll leave it at. I think we'll leave it there. I mean, we've only been on for almost 7:30, almost 4 hours, 27 minutes for 4. Let's make the 4 hour mark. We got 20. We got 20. Oh, sorry, 16 minutes. Hit the 4 hour mark. Then we'll get up out of here.
I'm gonna tap out though.
16 minutes. You got it in you. 16.
All right.
16. And with 16, J Tuck, I'm gonna let you take over.
Oh man,
I'm gonna let you 16. 16. I'm gonna let you take over. 16. I'm gonna look. Shoot the questions. 11:30. We're gone for sure.
I'm trying to think of questions to ask. I did just have a question. I think I just lost it. We talked about.
Okay, well, damn it, you took too long, so now I got it.
I've been up since 4 a.m., man. Hold on.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
What was my question I just had? Where was it?
Where's Twitter? Where's the Cowboy Twitter? Where's that at?
My Twitter's still blowing up with angry people.
I know there's Superman still about you giving away too many things.
I got 562 people is down with the trade. So
I think if we roll through that, not everybody is.
Oh, those are all likes though. So
yeah, they like it.
If you liked it,
Fair,
then you
fair.
like the idea.
Maybe they'd like to come back and comment later, though. I mean, I
Yeah.
liked it and said you're giving up too much stuff.
And then you agreed with me.
That's
man.
because you're my guy.
We
Well,
agreed.
yeah, that's true. I did just agree with you. That is true. First and the third for Quentin Williams. Sign me up.
So I
Sign me up.
I think we're cool on special teams. We got our new punter, right? And Nez.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Nasa Masa Musa Masa.
Yeah,
whatever his name is. Yeah, doing his thing. Yeah, we got. How about this one? Are we okay with all the crazy fake punts and whatever? Are we good with Bones Jones for another year? Bones Fossil for another year? Are we good with him at the special teams coordinator?
Yeah, because I think, like I said, me and Mike McCarthy talked after the game on
Okay.
Sunday.
Y'all shook hands.
He's chilled out with the dumb stuff, man.
Okay. Are we good? Are we good with the Greg the Leg? We good with Greg the Leg for another year.
I think we roll with Greg the Leg for another year. To see what's been happening around the league, I'm a lot more lenient when it comes to Greg the Leg because it could be a lot worse, man.
Could be. Yeah. You could be that kicker up there in Minnesota.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm actually saying that when it comes to Dan Bailey, man. So yeah, I'm actually feel good when it comes to Zerline at this point. Also special teams, and so I feel like at this point, man, it's really just fixing this defense and then praying that our offense doesn't take a step backwards. That's really the thing for next year, man.
Spoony, are you good? Are you good with the special teams coordinator? Are you good with Greg the Leg?
Just bringing competition. That's it. Bringing another kicker. And let them go at it. Zerline was
well, you had Cobra Kai in here, and you let it go.
But they didn't compete. That's the thing.
I know that.
Right.
That's the problem. Yeah, I want to see competition. He got a red carpet and he didn't play like like we thought he would be playing. I mean, he missed some easy field goals. He had great game to get all the field goals. Competition always makes you better, and I think that should be in order. We was fortunate to get a punter. This kid right here may have cost Chris Jones' job. Another money he could save. But at the end of the day, that's how you get a whole lot out of a player. Competition.
Yeah. Hey, look. I think at the end of the day, I'm okay with Fossil. I am. Rocky early. Little Rocky. I think he's made some adjustments in coverage. I think he's made some adjustments in even formations as far as returning the ball. I think we have seen bigger returns this year over years past. Look, I don't know. Can I pipes, right? That's what you're supposed to do as a kicker. Pipes. But I mean, whenever your head coach says, "Hey, go kick the 60-yard field goal at the end of the half," can I be mad that he missed it? I mean, your name is Greg the Leg. I mean, where do you put the blame? When it comes to those things, right? I think overall, I'm good with everybody coming back on the special team side. I do think we did get a little bit of a bump. I think it was Rocky early. I think they figured things out. I mean, look, forever and a day. I'm never. What was that score in the Washington game? 21-16 on our own 25. Like that's the one that sticks in my craw. I'm like, and let's do a fake punt on 4th and forever, basically on a fake punt. I don't like that.
Here's the weird thing now. So now when I'm watching games now, I'm expecting the foolery. Now it's the opposite. So there's no more element of surprise. So even watching the Eagles game, I'm just like waiting for it. Like, come on. Like I said, when it was 4th and 1 and we were down by 4, I was like, go ahead, run me your little fake reverse on the 1-yard line and get stopped.
Michael said, let's keep it real. A fully healthy Cowboys team fears no other team, regardless if it's KC, Buffalo, Green Bay, or the Saints in Super Bowl or NFC Championship games. Agree or disagree? I've been banging the table for over a week now. As far as offensive weapons, I don't think there's a team better. I really don't. If we keep everybody in-house, we talk about trading Zeke or we talk about trading one of these wide receivers, and but I think everybody back healthy. I'm putting that up against anybody, guys.
And I'll say this, like I 1,000% agree. And like I said, Cowboys Nation, maybe this season is my fault to blame because I've already booked my hotel and everything for Tampa for the Super Bowl because I was that confident.
It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet, though, J Tuck.
Well, actually, I just canceled the other day. I got an alert from the hotel about my reason. I was like, Tampa. Like,
well, if we look, if we lose now, it's J Tuck's fault because he canceled.
Right. But like I've said that numerous times. Like, you give me my quarterback and this fully team healthy, there's no team. I'm the one beating the table. I want to play Kansas City opening game Sunday Night Football next year. Like,
Thursday, yeah.
Oh, Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't fear any team in the NFL, especially in the NFC. So I feel like if you gave me Dak Prescott and this defense was starting to make turnovers and get stops, we would be the deadliest team in the NFL right now, especially the NFC, because a lot of teams would be scared to play us. I feel like the only reason why it's still kind of a gray area is because it's still Andy Dalton behind center, and teams figure like, okay, it's just Andy Dalton. But if we had Dak Prescott right now and we start to make this momentum and ride this wave, go into the playoffs, we are deadly.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as I said from the get-go, and I coined it, I am the CEO of SEO, Scorched Earth Offense, and I truly believe that going into the season. Man, Spoonie, we had shirts printed up. We were all the way Team 40 Burger way back when, before we even got to training camp, the whole nine. You know, and I'm with you. I mean, at the end of the day, fully healthy Cowboys team. Right. Now we got to see what they do on defense, right? Because we're going to lose some pieces in this defense and stack up. By the way, although this defense is showing improvement right now, we've got our next question here from Mendoza. But, yeah, man, this offense, I don't think there's a scarier offense in the league fully healthy. I don't think there is. I really don't. Look, and that's even including your MVP with Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams up there. Kansas City, I don't think there's a scarier offense than ours because of the pieces that we added with CeeDee Lamb, fully healthy, Blake Jarwin. We get the offensive line back even healthy, and we get Dak up, bro. And we see the maturation of Tony Pollard. Man, it's scary.
Right,
Sloan,
right. That's why it's important to keep that offense together.
We're the best in the NFL with Dak Prescott. Plain simple. Plain simple. And like I said, look what we're doing right now as of late without, with not all our guys being here. Imagine all our guys are here. Different team. And like I said, I'm liking the McCarthy way. Why? Because we are playing hard. We are competing. The game against the Steelers will tell you right there. Now, I know they had the ups and downs, but that's still a good team. That's a playoff team. And my thing is that the way they're playing these last few games, we get to the playoffs, I promise you not. I'm going to love it. Why? We will be a 7-9 team. Doubters will come. They're gonna say we're going to lose, get blown out. And all it's going to do is make this team even better.
And they're starting to, you can see it on social media. You can see it within their interviews of this bunker mentality of us versus everybody. And that's always a good thing to see. I mean, that makes the team dangerous, right? But I like this right here.
Yeah,
I like this question. I think this is the best question for us to get it out of here on, guys. Who do we credit for all the turnovers they've been getting? And to be clear, that's 10 turnovers, right? 10 in 3 games. 10 in 3 games, guys.
Your boy BJ. Your boy.
Who do you think?
Al Harris.
You think so? You think Al?
I
mean, what we're hearing from opposing teams is the cornerbacks are reading the quarterback's eyes. Now, I mean, that's what we're hearing somewhat. But I mean, hey, we're getting fumbles, we're getting strips. I mean, we're getting sack fumbles. I might say it's a group effort.
It is
from your defensive line coach, and we saw that on Sounds of the Cowboys this week, and telling them guys to do this, do that, especially Randy Gregory, whatever. But I mean, if you had to pinpoint one, Tuck, who do we credit for all the rash of turnovers we've gotten the past 3 weeks?
Well, Mendoza, I see your second question, bro. And I just want everybody to know: Cowboys, Chiefs next year, Kansas City. I got y'all. I've been talking. It's crazy. I posted this on Twitter like 2 days ago, and like I'm throwing a mega party, tailgate, all that stuff. But we'll get to that. So to answer your question, It's really the Cincinnati Bengals, I would say. And the reason why I say that, I felt like that Cincinnati Bengals team in that game was kind of like the slump buster game for the Dallas Cowboys defense. And once they were able to get those turnovers and different things like that, because it's not just Al Harris in the secondary that's causing turnovers. You're seeing on the defensive line, you're seeing on special teams, a lot of guys are punching the ball out. So I felt like once that game really happened, the Cowboys kind of gained some confidence, like, okay, maybe we can create, maybe I need to do trust my instincts and jump these reads and different things like that. And so that's why you're kind of seeing that jump, because we've all played sports where we just been in a slump and then we played a bad team and you finally knock down that 3-pointer or whatnot. You're like, okay, now I remember how to shoot. I feel like that's what's happening with this defense.
You had to see one go in.
Right, I had to see one go in. So
I saw one go in. Here it is.
Right. So once you actually punched the ball out and you did a fumble recovery and you ran it back for a touchdown, it's like, oh, okay, so that's what I can do. So you can see like Randy Gregory punching for the ball, Alden Smith punching for the ball, different things like that. So I would say the Cincinnati Bengals had a lot to do with it to kind of spark this momentum with this team. I want it's more of a scheme. I think it's just confidence with the players.
Yeah, I think I mean, look, I'll go back to I will go all the way back to training camp, right? And they walked out, and the first thing they let out with was special teams, and the very second thing they walked out with was turnovers.
Right.
So they have made it a pertinent point to coach those things up on this team, which prior whatever is maybe not been the thing at the forefront, right? And it takes time to change culture. Right. And what have we talked about here in the past 15, 20 minutes? Special teams all of a sudden has been much better. And here comes the turnovers as well. So they've stayed to their guns as a coaching staff to coach these things. And the players have bought in, and the players have seeded enough to change the culture from where they were coached before. And you're seeing the results. Turnovers are always a funny thing. They can, I mean, you can be in the Sahara Desert forever, and then they can come in waves and different things like that. But I agree with Tuck on this. It's the basketball mentality. You know, you can be 0 for 20. Just one. One of the biggest things when I was playing basketball for me was if I was having an off night, you know what I wanted to do? I want to get to the free throw line.
Right.
I wanted to get to the free throw line. If I just, I might miss a bunny, I miss an easy 12-footer, I miss a three. I'm like, oh, okay. What in my head, I'm like, I just want to get to the free throw line. Because I knew once I got to the free throw line, I was going to see one go in.
Right.
And once I saw one go in, that bunny, that little miss over it was gone. And I agree with you there. It's like I think it just happened.
Right.
And once it happened, the dam broke, and it's like, oh, we can do this.
Right.
And it's just rolled.
Think about how DeMarcus Lawrence's play has elevated after he finally got his sack this year. It was just like, God damn, finally, bro, a sack. Okay, I do know how to do this. And I feel like his play has just been on the up and up since then. Like, it's just sometimes it's mental with even professional athletes, man. So I feel like
very much so. Well, I mean, look, and you hear professional athletes all the time say, man, it's 90% mental, 10% physical. And I mean, it's true. Now their 10% physical might be 3,000% are physical.
Right.
Is what it is. But at the end of the day, it is mental. I mean, there's a reason why Mamba mentality matters. And we see that with all the greats and different things. Spoonie, who do you credit for the turnovers 10 in the past 3 weeks? Who do you credit for that?
Well, like I said earlier, if I had to pick a guy, I picked Al Harris. I know it's collectively as a unit. And Chuck, great answer with the Bengals situation with the bit of confidence. That's like a battery surge. But yeah, I'm gonna stick with my answer, say Al Harris, because end of the day, the secondary had to play a lot better. He had to deal with rookie like Diggs had to grow with the injuries back there, a lot of mixed shape. But these same guys put together since they've been from injuries are playing, are making some turnovers. We've seen some interceptions like with Donovan Wilson. So, I mean, I know the defense has had its issues, but the secondary has been the most, besides the offensive line, we got to keep shifting guys in and out, play different positions. And they're now fully back and they playing ball.
Yeah, and even before Diggs went out, like the punch out against Seattle, he had an interception, had a chance for a couple more, comes back, gets a couple more, and we're talking about him being, Diggs being as a rookie, the first Dallas Cowboys cornerback with at least three interceptions since Brandon Carr. I mean, that breeds into it when you get into the film room and you're talking about it and things are happening. Look, even in the Seattle game, one of the fumbles, dude, the damn running back ran into the back of his offensive lineman to fumble. It doesn't matter. Right. You scooped it. You did what you had to do. You got it.
Right.
And it matters. And look, even on top of that, we've seen the ball on the turf from our defense more so whether we got it or not. And that falls into it as well. Just like you look at the Randy Gregory say, he caused 3 fumbles or whatever, but the Randy Gregory said they forced the fumble. We didn't recover it, but it matters. Like, we can force the ball out. It is what it is. So, man. I mean, shout out to, just shout out to those guys staying with it. And look, again, one of the times that, a lot of times we bang on the coaching staffs, we bang on them, but give them credit. They've coached it up, they've done it, and we're seeing the other end of it now. So we will get out of here on this, as Tuck just alluded to, for Kansas City. So everybody wants to go to see Dallas and Kansas City. Tuck's got a room for us at his house.
Yeah, well, I got a few rooms, man. But it's funny because I posted something on Twitter the other day about the schedule for next year. It's like when they come to Kansas City, it's on. So everyone's already locked up for this Kansas City game, man. So we're gonna do a real big Cowboys Nation. My guy West Coast actually called me before hopping on the show. He's like, "Oh, I forgot you're in Kansas City." We are already plotting, man. Rent out places, restaurants, party buses, tailgates, all of that.
I would say KC. For sure, some KC barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue, man. Joe's KC, man. We're gonna do it big, man. And here's the thing, man, because when the Cowboys play Kansas City, the Chiefs in Dallas, there was so many Chiefs fans in droves and church buses driving out to the Dallas game because they wanted to see our stadium. So we're gonna come out here. We're gonna do it big here at Arrowhead. And I'm ready to bang out, man. I can't wait for that game. So
that's what I mean. Let me know. I'm about to catch that flight.
I'm there.
Hey, low key, I was gonna say, actually, low key, you're really not that far of a drive from me. I might just drive up. I don't even know.
Right.
I pull, as you say, I'm gonna pull up.
I'm gonna pull up because normally times when I go out to Arrowhead, I'm by myself, man, soloed up, wearing my Cowboy star, man. But this time, I'm gonna bring the whole nation with me, and we're gonna go out and get this win in Kansas City. So.
That's what's up, man. Well, we did broach the 4-hour mark. Now, me and Spoon got along a little earlier, but Tuck joined in. We're going to throw him in there to the 4-hour mark. You know how we do, man.
Right.
Man, it is what it is. With that being said, allow me to roll the red carpet up before we get out of here. J Tuck, man, tell the people where to find you, what they can do for you. Man, pay them bills.
Yeah, first and foremost, man, I want to wish everyone a happy new year, man. So everyone be safe, be smart tomorrow night. Do your thing, man. We're gonna get 2021 rolling. But find me on Cowboys Fans Only YouTube channel. Comment, like, subscribe. I appreciate everyone for joining in. The channel is growing rapidly. Got a lot of exciting things coming up for the queue. Especially gonna continue to keep my guys on. Follow me on Twitter at jtuck151, and then go to cowboysfansonly.com to get your CFO gear, man. I appreciate all the support, Cowboys Nation. It's been an incredible journey in 2020. It's crazy. I've been doing it since like May, and all the friends, Spoon, Nix, Mary, everybody, all the friends that I've met doing this, man. I've been having a blast, man, doing this, and I couldn't do this without y'all. So I deeply appreciate it. And we're gonna get this thing figured out and keep this thing rolling.
Well, hell, we're playing for something week 17.
Right, playing for the Cowboys.
No matter what, we're playing for something.
It's week 17 matters, man. And like I said, go back and watch my footage, man. 2-7 versus the Vikings, man. I was on the pregame show with the Vikings guy banging out. Like, I don't care, man. I felt like this team had enough talent to still continue to win. And so here we are, man. So let's keep this thing rolling, man.
Man, no ifs and buts about it, man. We've been doing this me, Mary, and Spoon. Damn, Spoon, we about to close out year 2, getting to year 3, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. We bumped into people like you just said, man. We bumped into Tuck and different things, friends of the show and whatnot, man. Cowboys Nation, without y'all, it means nothing. Y'all pump us up and y'all keep us here to do what we do. As always, Star Gang is the Facebook group. Man, hit that join. We'll get you in there. 3K strong. Star Gang is also the page on Facebook. Make sure you like and follow. We do little content over there too. And then, of course, the unequivocal thing on YouTube. We just launched it this year. Star Game Podcast. Man, hit that sub, hit that notification bell. We always simulcast. You can catch us either way. But hey, you got that YouTube or you got that Facebook, you can't miss us. You're going to find us, right? On Twitter, man, you can absolutely unequivocally find me at your_guy_Nix. Also, our missing compadre, Mary Ella's not here tonight. You can find her on Twitter as well at Star Game Beauty. Spoonie, where can the now Tuck, here's what we got to do. In 2021, man, we got to get Spoonie's game up on Twitter, man. He be lacking over there on Twitter.
Now, man, he pokes it out, man.
I'm hanging out. That's it.
He a creeper. He don't really do much. We got to get him popping.
Yeah.
Where can they find you? You got the PS5. Now tell them where they can find you over there on Twitter.
I'm very happy. Now you can find me at Spoonie881 on Twitter. And I just want to say with all the stuff that we all been facing throughout this whole year in 2020. The one thing that I always, even tell my family that sometimes when we in darkness, we meet new people, we come together, and we end up coming out to the light. And that's just how I feel with when me and BJ first started with Mariella, and we met guys like Tug, Bluff City, and others. And it's like, we may be dealing with something, but we're here together. And right now we're over here at almost 2021. And I tell everybody to tomorrow you stay safe, always stay safe, you enjoy yourself, and you look back, give yourself some credit how where you at from where we started at. And we just have to keep going strong, have some faith. And another key point, we're going to come back and be together in 2021 and celebrate this NFC East title for the Dallas Cowboys and start the new year of the new era, the Mike McCarthy era. That's how.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, and at the end of the day, a lot of these guys that I talked to behind the scenes and everything, man, a lot of us have been through a whole lot this year. That not for us to promote on camera or nothing like that, but on the same token, I know we have reached out at different times or whatever, and Cowboys Nation has uplifted us in different ways that are more so than what we're doing right here, right now. And I would be acquiesced, if you will, to not say that I know Spoonie, Tuck, and me have all at different low points of things that happened this year. Have had Cowboys Nation, not from a entertainment standpoint, reach out and uplift us in different ways in different shows that we have been through this year, and that's major. That's super major. It's a bigger, obviously we enjoy what we do, but on the same token, that moral support at times y'all really don't know. Right. Whether you know us in the physical form or not means a lot to us, and know somebody's riding for us. So, man, salute to y'all and everything that y'all do. And of course, I can't leave out of here. Tomorrow night, man, please, I beg you, eat the black eyed peas. It's 21. That's all I'm asking. Your guy needs one thing: eat the black eyed peas. Cause dadgummit, look, I know everything will be just correct as soon as 20 turns into 21. I know we got some things to fight still and go through, but Jesus H. Christmas, can we make 21 just a marginal smidge better than 20, man? We appreciate it as always. Man, y'all better come find us. Man, we're going to keep you entertained. Y'all better come find us.
Right.
That's all I'm going to say. Jates, I appreciate you. Spoonie, my brother, always appreciate you as well. Mendoza rocking with everyone that rocked with us all the way to the very end. Mendoza, Gadsden, Richardson. Man, we appreciate y'all. Let me throw it up there real quick. And look, boom. It's all love, fellas. Absolutely, Mr. Richardson. It is happy holidays. I got to work tomorrow. I don't know about y'all. I got to work tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, I saw your tweet that hey, I need this done before the end of the year. And you said, okay, what do you mean by tomorrow?
Right, exactly. Yeah. Client said me.
Fair enough. Yeah, that part. Everybody for the Cowboys game, we're going to Tuck's house.